Howdy, everybody. Today is Tuesday, April 14th, 2026, and the time is 5:30 p.m. We're here for the regular session of the Coppell City Council. We do have a quorum present, so I'm calling the meeting to order. We will be convening into work session in the first floor conference room. The public is invited and encouraged to join us. Thank you. All right, good evening, everybody. The time is 5:31 p.m. We're going to move into work session. Just as a reminder, citizens' comments will not be heard during the work session, but will be heard during the regular session under the citizens' appearance. We have 3 items tonight on the agenda, and the first one is discussion regarding the agenda. I will be recusing myself from one of the public hearings. It is involving the subdivision adjacent to the property in question, and I live within 800 feet of the property, and I'm also a member of the board of directors of the HOA that is part of the subdivision. So the Mayor Pro Tem will be taking over for that one.
All right, you're on deck, big guy.
We'll just lock in.
He's been forewarned. And that is item number 11. Anybody have any other items on the agenda that you would like to ask or talk about? Ramesh?
Thank you, Mayor. The consent agenda items B and C, are we changing this language to be consistent with all other boards? Or is this first step of change that will trickle down to other boards?
Adam, would you like to handle that one? Lauren? Oh, I'm sorry. It says Adam down here. Lauren.
So the changes that are forthcoming are actually at the behest of our city attorney after the bylaw review was conducted by the library board, and you notice there's other board ordinance changes. There may be a few more forthcoming, and then we're going to be looking to run the bylaws through all the various boards and try to marry everything up as best as possible to the purpose of each board. So it's not going to be uniform in the sense that each board has a different purpose, a different calling under the city council, and that's where that's coming from.
Thank you.
Follow up to that question. I read the memo. So the person who are the alternate for the library board, they will be appointed if a regular member is not there.
Yeah.
I didn't understand that language. What was from current to the future make the difference?
Sure, so there's the alternate language. There was some confusion about whether alternates are expected to attend the meetings or not. And in order for an alternate to be able to step forward and serve in the absence of a regular member, we do need the alternate member to be informed and aware. And so having them come to the meetings to stay informed and to be present to step in when the regular members are unable to serve. So that's where we're seeking to have them be present.
So in today they are not showing up for the meeting?
That's not the case in all of the boards. You're getting a little bit ahead of us. We will be coming out with some information about some absences that are reaching the mark for other boards, but we're trying to create, as Councilmember Prem Kumar indicated, that uniformity of application across all boards. And we do, when we have the orientation, we do provide that instruction that all members, alternate and regular, are to be in attendance at the meetings. And we want to make sure that all of that is clear in all of the writing.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Anything else? Ramesh, you had a question, I guess, on the, wasn't it you? Maybe I misread it. Okay, I'm sorry. It had to do with the authorization of the emergency.
Nope, not me.
We just got asked by a council member what Buy one day.
Okay.
Oh, that one, yes. And
Oh,
city staff answered that question. So my question was, did we seek out other vendors for the bridge repair? And the staff responded that it was kind of a urgent need to fix it, and
Other contractors were contacted, but they don't need bridge work. And this company has familiarity with bridge.
and it did qualify under the contracting terms as an emergency need. Right, anything else? Right, let's move on to item B, which is a presentation and discussion regarding Discover Coppell. Ms. Aguanaga. You were sitting over there, Bola.
I know, I do. All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having me here to discuss a proposed redeployment of Discover Coppell. We believe Coppell offers something a little bit different. Coppell offers a convenient, high-quality experience with easy access to our region's attractions without the chaos of larger cities. This new direction positions our city as an affordable, centrally located hometown away from home in our metroplex. Before we talk about where we're going, I want to briefly recap Discover Coppell to date. Over the past few years, Discover Coppell partnered with an outside firm for paid marketing and advertising, targeting on-the-go families, active enthusiasts, and active empty nesters. Those efforts generated over 54 million digital impressions, more than 430,000 clicks, and nearly 400,000 website views. Now the opportunity is working to convert those interactions into overnight stays and tourism spending. So what we are proposing is not starting over, it's a shift. We are redeploying funds to focus on driving hotel nights via in-house sales and marketing efforts, curating a visitor experience, and utilizing trackable promotional offerings. This is about moving from passive promotion to intentional revenue-generating tourism strategy. We are introducing a tourism sales and marketing manager that will focus on maintaining relationships with Coppell hotel partners, building relationships with meeting planners and sports organizations, actively pursuing group travel and event overflow, representing Coppell at relevant trade shows and conferences, and managing our marketing initiatives. This role is responsible for bringing heads and beds, tourism dollars into our local businesses, and elevating Coppell's presence as a destination of choice. We're also establishing the Visitor Information and Welcome Center housed in the Coppell Chamber building as the front door of Coppell Hospitality. Our location serves as a gateway to Old Town's offerings and a resource for visitors and Coppell residents welcoming in out-of-town guests. It's important to note the Chamber directly promotes member businesses. Discover Coppell promotes the destination. Those are complementary but distinct roles. Marketing will come in-house, and our marketing strategy will shift from static promotion to storytelling and conversation. This includes targeted digital ads, influencer partnerships and collaborative social posts, formation of an email marketing database, use of reels to tell our story, and trackable hotel promo and QR codes. Everything we do will be measurable. It's not about driving. If it's not driving traffic, stays, or spending, we will adjust. Here's what this looks like in action. We will be working with our hotel partners, restaurants, and regional attractions to build our stay and play packages. Marketing will come in-house, ensuring we are the ones telling the Coppell story. We will be revisiting the GAP program, giving our hotels a resource to help land potential groups, and refreshing content across all of our platforms. The goal is simple: to increase Coppell's visibility, increase overnight stays in our hotels, and increase visitor spending in our city. This is what we will be watching. Hotel occupancy with an emphasis on driving weekend traffic. Visitor center visits, website and ad performance, promo and QR code tracking, and direct feedback from our hotel partners. The total program budget for 2026-2027 is $288,494. This investment directly supports sales, leadership, marketing efforts, and measurable visitor generation efforts. What we're building is the system to bring people here intentionally, consistently, and measurably. This redeployment aims to capture the opportunity that's already passing through our backyard and turning it into real economic impact. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
I've got one. I'm not a marketing type, so can you describe what a storytelling reel is?
I can, yes. So historically, we have posted static graphics, being just still images. And what we are wanting to do is tell more of the story of why you should come here. So storytelling reels are going to be video that goes on social media that we can tell the story of a certain project. So if it's a stay and play package, we go around to all those different locations and give potential visitors a look at what they may be buying.
So in other words, instead of a pamphlet, you're gonna be doing a blog or a video.
Yes, they get higher interaction online, more views. Mhm.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation.
Of course.
The $228,000 is what percentage is that your total chamber budget?
Well, they're two separate things. So it's not chamber money. You can almost think of it as we're housing two businesses under one roof. So the chamber is its own entity, and then Discover Coppell is its own entity as well. So that money is spent only on hot tax eligible items, which is going to be tourism spend.
Okay, then let me rephrase the question. What is the total budget of the chamber?
The total budget of the chamber? The total budget of the chamber comes in just under 5.
500,000?
Yes.
Oh, thanks.
Ramesh?
Thanks,
You
Mayor.
actually were first.
Yeah, I agree.
Thank you. Robin, thanks for the good presentation. If you go back to the slides, so I like the word KPIs. Mike is probably smiling there. So my recommendation would be, and I know this is the first year and there's a lot of unknowns, but for each of your pillars, if I can call that, if you can kind of imagine what your end state would be, like increase by 100 hotel stays or whatever. So if you start with some assumption throughout the year, maybe you can see how you're tracking to that, and that might help you refine those KPIs for the next year. So consider coming up with some of the assumptions.
Yes, sir.
Kevin?
Robin, thank you for the presentation. So what I'm seeing is the biggest shift is bringing all the marketing in-house. So would you say that most of the budget that was allocated from Discover Coppell, let's call it 1.0 if you will, was being distributed through the Belmont Ice House relationship?
Yes, the marketing efforts were being managed outside of our four walls, so.
So specifically by bringing that in-house, can you tell us exactly, instead of partnering with Belmont, what are we able to get for that money that we're able to now bring in-house to drive traffic to Coppell specifically?
Give you a little more clarification.
So I saw something about like a manager to be able to manage all that. Are we able to now afford that, or is Discover Coppell able to afford that manager because we're not partnering with Belmont Ice House? Is that my understanding?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, so instead of us going outside of our four walls, we will have somebody that is in-house, that knows what's going on in the city, knows what is offered in the city, and is knowledgeable about all of those things, and is working hand in hand with, to be honest, me, about what we're wanting to do as far as our marketing strategy goes. So I will be working hand in hand with them as far as our social media, website, things like that. But the sales efforts of going out and finding groups, that'll be a little more heavily placed on that individual.
And then, in the past, I think we had heard some storylines about having potential difficulties attracting, groups to come in and stuff because we don't have like a convention center. And so could you talk a little bit about maybe the types of groups or the types of people that Discover Coppell will be going after?
Sure, so we're fortunate, while we don't within our parameters, maybe we don't have X attraction or X conference center. Just outside of our parameters, there are places that do have those. So my first go-to is going to be to try to capture groups that are maybe booking here or there to take advantage of those attractions. And I want you to stay here. It's fine that you want to dip out into those attractions because we don't currently offer those attractions. But I want your room nights. I still want you to dine here. If your mother-in-law comes and stays, I don't want her to come and go. I want her to come and check in, and I want her to go to a restaurant, and then I want her to go check out an art center show, and then I want her to extend her stay to go visit the farmer's market the next day. Like, I want all of those things to happen as part of this program.
Excellent, excellent. I feel like this seems to be a natural evolution of that 1.0 product, if you will. So I do like the idea, the comment you made about building upon what's already been established,
Yes.
so. Excellent, thank you.
Bijou?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. One more question.
Yes.
Do you have any preliminary number or the number that you're thinking in your head by spending $228,000? What will be the return on investment for the city and the taxpayers?
So I wouldn't even want to speculate on a number just going in with a redevelopment and a redistribution of money. Now, if you ask me that next year, I can give you a little better answer, but I would just hate to answer that and then have to come back and be wrong, so.
I'm gonna, Mark?
Thanks for the presentation, Robin. So you bring this in-house and you hire someone. Will they have all the tools and resources available to them that a company like Ice House has?
In my opinion, yes. What we were, if I go back a little bit here, if I can. So if I look at this slide and in the conversations that I've had since I've started, this is all fairly standard operation marketing. So, doing Google ads and things like that, that's something that can totally be done in-house. And so, long story short, yes, they will be able to still execute the same type of programming that we were
So
doing
the
previously.
person that fills that role will have that expertise, of course.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
I wanted to follow on to Ramesh's question about the KPIs on the hotel stays. If you're targeting weekend stays, there's a lot of variability from weekend to weekend depending on what's going on. How are you gonna normalize that out?
So initially, what I'm thinking is the hotels are already on board with doing promotional codes that will be specific to what we are putting out there. So we will fairly easily be able to see what is being taken advantage of as far as those promotional codes go. Now, there's always going to be, people that may come in because they saw something and they didn't use the promo code or something like that. But I think that we're going to be able to get a fairly good idea of who is looking, who's watching, who's booking, who's doing things based on those things that we're using, those tools.
And the second question, are you gonna do any targeted marketing toward the FIFA event?
We are a little late to the party on that, but I still would love to do a final push. I know that our hotels have reserved the dates for those, and so I would love to push that out, to just see what we can capture as we get a little closer.
Ramesh?
Thanks, Mayor. Robin, you kind of addressed question I was going to ask. You said you're already talking to the hotels. The hotels have their own marketing campaign, and then now we are coming in with our targeted codes. So I'm assuming that we are working in sync with the hotels, and they are aware of what we're trying to do. And my other point would be, can we get the restaurants also involved so that they can have those coupon codes at the front desk, so that way we can get some traffic coming in?
Yes, yes. The hotels are aware of what we're doing. This is meant, the whole point of this is meant to drive more traffic to the hotels, so they're 100% in those conversations. And yes, restaurants and any future attractions that come to the city will be looped into this program as well. And it's up to the individual restaurants if they want to offer promo codes or discounts or anything like that to go along with it. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Don?
What's the challenge? You've been here about a year now, I believe, and so you've got to observe. You got to talk to a lot of people.
A lot of people.
Yes, and so sort of we're right in the middle of a very competitive area. You don't know where Coppell ends, Grapevine begins, or anything else. And so what's really the challenge for Coppell from a driving heads and beds or anything, or to the restaurants or anything else? What's our big challenge, or what's our big problem to solve?
Well, essentially what you just said is the
Okay.
problem that we're trying to solve. There's a ton of traffic that is coming through every single day, and so what we are trying to do is capture our piece of that.
Okay, and so connecting with whether it's events or sporting events, even if they're not located here, we don't really care. Is that what I heard? Is sort
From
of
an attraction standpoint.
yeah, we
correct.
want to grab you while you're here, even if you're not coming here for Coppell. You want to.
Yes.
We want to show you what we do have while you happen to be here and everything.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
thanks.
Kevin?
Rob, I have a question about this, obviously, there's the financial support piece of Discover Coppell from the city, but from a collaboration standpoint with, with the city, what does that look like for Discover Coppell? Is this like, you're just kind of looking for the events that are currently being offered and tying into that? Is there future collaborations? Is there further ask maybe in the future for council about, from council or staff about what the future might look like? Because kind of to Don's point there, just kind of understanding, if we're trying to capture our piece of the pie, once we do that, is then the goal to grow the pie, if you will, or does that make sense what I'm asking? Just kind of, what are your thoughts?
Yes, not to get too ahead of myself, but I'm almost just in my own brain thinking of this as kind of phase one, where we're kind of righting the ship and getting things a little more streamlined in-house. And from there, it may turn into other discussions on, just as a for instance, we had Crave on Friday. Does that become something that's a bigger event that's more of like a festival, if you will, that is open to the public that we can promote and bring in tourism that way. So again, not to get ahead of myself, but yes, down the road I do see that we will be curious about those opportunities.
Well, I would say that, based on our retreat that we had in January and kind of staff direction, we are trying to do some more things to activate the Old Town area. So, I think that definitely falls into alignment with a lot of the discussions that we had, so I would welcome that. Thank you.
Foot traffic, remember the keyword.
Yes, foot traffic.
There you go.
I'm all about foot traffic, driving all day.
Just to follow up on what Ramesh said, so given the hotel's partnership on all this, are they willing to give us all the numbers for the hotel stays they had over the preceding 12 months? So we would have that as a basis for comparison for any growth or measurement for the first 12 months of this new program?
So far in my conversations, I have not gotten any pushback. I would imagine that we're gonna have to be a little sensitive and not sharing individual hotels' information with other brands, but there would be ways to report that to where we can get the information we need without giving up anything that they don't want us to give up.
Because that seems to avoid the speculation, right? That we would have a data set that we could compare the first 12 months to.
With the FIFA World Cup, I'm definitely thinking hotels will have high occupancy. So we may have to adjust for that, but what you're saying is absolutely right.
They just need to buy giant soccer balls and put them out front for a photo opportunity.
I didn't put that in the budget, but I can arrange for it.
The hotels ought to be doing that. I bet some of them do. It's gonna be a huge event.
Huge.
Giant inflatable soccer ball.
You see it from DFW.
I think that's against our sign ordinance.
So you touched real briefly on the visitor center. I'm guessing that the chamber's offices are not occupied 100% of the time right now?
Correct.
And this will ensure that someone is there from 8 to 5 or during normal business hours?
Yes, what I'm planning on is our standard 9 to 5, Monday through Friday, barring that there's no events happening. When there are events in Old Town, we'll schedule accordingly to stay open later for those. And then on Saturday mornings, especially with the farmer's market hours, we'll likely be open for a half day to stay in line with that as well.
And do you sync up with community experiences of, about events that we're having within the city and disseminate that information to the hotels?
Yes, we will be a conduit between community experiences and the hotels on those events that we're wanting additional promotion on to bring people to the city, yes.
I recall last year that at least one of the hotels was asking you, or the chamber, to act as a marketing tool for them. Is this going part of the way in that direction, or is it, I'm hoping it's more focused on city activities than the hotels themselves?
Well, so the mission of Hot Tax is for heads and beds, obviously. So it's kind of a yes, we are kind of a marketing arm for the hotels, but we are also promoting city events that we want promoted. All of those can fall under that same umbrella, so I would say it's not exclusive to just hotel marketing only, so.
Kevin?
Is there gonna be any additional branding for this, the visitor center? Like, just kind of looking like, you know, you see the Coppell Chamber sign, is it,
Yes,
did I still slide?
yes, yes,
Sweet, I'll shut up now.
No, so, we will do, a rebrand, of the building. There is some funds worked into this, there are some funds worked into this budget for those items. The signage, additional things inside, brochure racks, oh, my fault. Things like that will need to be inside the building. So yes, we will do a little bit of an overhaul on our branding of our building.
Cool. Any other questions? Well, thank you very much. The Crave Coppell was, in my opinion, a great success.
Thank you.
And I really was happy. I don't know, it's hard to describe it, just the interaction with not just the vendors, but all the participants was very, very, it was a fun event, so.
May I say something?
No.
I think that Old Town lends itself to a completely different vibe than having it in a hotel or something like that. It's just a totally different feel down there, and the Coppell Arts Center is a totally different location, so we really enjoyed it down there, for sure.
Well, the chocolate guy made the whole thing.
I mean,
Yeah,
It was
do we,
amazing.
yeah,
Oh,
sorry.
sorry.
Do we have any numbers compared to last year's? How many participants came this year?
not yet. We will though, and I'm happy to share those with everyone, yes.
Sorry, guy.
Jim, did you have it?
No, I'm done. Just apologizing to BG.
You're still gloating in chocolate.
Oh, I'm still detoxing.
Sugar detox.
Oh my gosh, yeah. That was awesome.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
And
Thank you.
Thanks for being here.
Of course.
Thanks, Robin.
Thank you.
All right, item C is a presentation and discussion regarding Volley Drive quiet zone with the Dart crossing. Mr. Richardson. Or Tanner, I'm sorry. I was trying to do that by memory.
No problem. Good evening, Mayor, Council. I'm Aaron Tainter, Assistant Director of Public Works Engineering, and I have a status update for you all on the railroad quiet zone at Volley Drive. So, if you're not aware, Volley Drive is the railroad crossing way out on the far east edge of town off of East Beltline Road. Volley Drive is across from Ledbetter Road and provides access from East Beltline Road to private property on the north side of the railroad tracks, industrial property out there. The green circles on this map here are the other at-grade crossings in Coppell. Volley Drive is the only crossing that wasn't planned to be part of the quiet zone. And here is why. Now, here's a closer map of the area around Volley Drive, how it relates to the federal noise analysis criteria for railroad projects. The distance on the map is showing that the nearest residential land use is over 2,000 feet away from the Volley Drive railroad crossing. And since federal noise criteria require noise analysis at crossings where residential land uses are within 1,200 feet of the crossing, Volley Drive was not required to be analyzed for noise impacts during the environmental planning stages of the Silver Line project. So, here we are, we've heard a lot from our residents. So, implementing a quiet zone involves lots of coordination between the local municipality, the railroad, DART in this case, and the Federal Railroad Administration, or FRA. The city staff have been working with DART and the FRA to determine what would be needed to make Volley Drive part of the quiet zone at this point with the project constructed. As soon as it became apparent that the Volley Drive train horn was having a substantial impact on our residents. Additional studies were conducted and data collected about the current conditions. DART reviewed their operations about what could be feasible at Volley and provided guidance and support to us throughout this process. Also, City of Coppell, at the new signal at East Beltline Road and Ledbetter there, that traffic signal will have additional communications equipment for us to be able to actively monitor that signal. And that feature was not included in the original project. Basically, after months of coordination, I am happy to report that the FRA has approved this addition to include Volley Drive as part of the Silver Line commuter rail quiet zone. And currently, the DART operations team is in the process of updating all Silver Line operators and staff, and will be implementing the quiet zone at Volley Drive this week. And I'm available to take any questions.
I just want to thank you for a job well done. I think, and I'd like to thank the Federal Railroad Administration, and I'd also like to thank DART. I live a good piece away from that 2,000 edge, and it wakes me up every morning. So it is very loud, very disruptive to the River Chase neighborhood, and I'm delighted that you guys have knocked this out. Great work to the staff, to you and all your team. I mean, just fantastic.
Thank you very much, Councilman.
Kevin?
Has this information already been communicated with the River Chase HOA yet?
I don't know. I know that I've been in coordination with DART's communications manager, and he has, I believe, been in communication with both Coppell HOAs and Irving HOAs that have also filed numerous complaints throughout.
Just curious, they're actually having their HOA meeting tonight,
Okay.
during this meeting.
I
so-
have not reached out to
Okay,
them.
no.
I think they do, because there was a resident that reached out that showed me a communication that I think was with the HOA president.
Okay, perfect, all right, that's
Yeah.
good. Again, I want to echo what Jim just said. We've been, several dozens of residents, I think, that have reached out that have shared, but, and this is kind of one of those unintended consequences, or that people didn't know this was happening. So, I want to thank the patience of the residents, just obviously sharing that and letting us go through the process and coordinating with everyone. So, kudos to you and the, Mike and your team and the entire staff for, being, I'm gonna say, government quickly responsive to this, because I think this is gonna help with a lot of the quality of life. So, just wanna say thank you for all that.
Absolutely.
Ramesh, sorry, Bijou?
Thank you. Mayor, a question. In your presentation, you said additional study was not part of the original ask or whatever. Who conducted the study?
Good question. So in December, DART did place noise monitoring at the River Chase Apartments. And they decided that there was not a substantial impact. But they continued to work with us. We collected additional data. Some of that additional data included updated traffic count data that ended up being lower than the traffic counts that were used by DART in the planning study. Again, we added the traffic signal communications feature for our traffic operations folks to be able to monitor that. So things like that were done by us in coordination with DART. But DART did do a noise monitoring study at the River Chase Apartments, and they sent us a letter saying that no further mitigation from DART was required, but they were still going to work with us. Does that help answer your question?
Yeah, you did. A follow-up question is, then the federal government approved?
Correct. The Federal Railroad Administration approved our updated data, traffic analysis, what safety features were constructed out there at that crossing, and they were able to approve that it met quiet zone criteria as
Okay.
built.
After the study was completed?
Correct. Well, DART's noise monitoring study was really just to make sure DART was not at fault, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Mark?
I really appreciate your efforts. It's fantastic for all the citizens. And, I think that rather than wait for word of mouth, we should probably contact the managers of River Chase Apartments, because I wouldn't be surprised if people are waiting for their leases to come up before they move, because it's very disruptive. So I think if we could really benefit them by letting them know what the decision is, and it'll go a long way.
I had a question. You made it sound like this would be fairly quick to implement,
My understanding is yes.
but there's no crossing arms or anything like that to alert the traffic that's coming up on that crossing, correct?
There's gate arms out there. So one of the things that we had looked at in the past was, is there more safety features? So typically at an undivided roadway like that, they would request a raised median in the middle, just due to the geometry of Volley Drive, the private property being right there, and the truck turning movements in there. Standard safety features like that were not feasible. So we were concerned that there was going to be a much larger price tag and a much longer time to be able to do something about Volley. But again, after collecting all of this data, coordinating with DART and their experts, and helping us through the documentation and reapplication process, it became much less costly than we were anticipating or fearing, and much faster than we were.
So then, can I paraphrase, the FRA's approval means that no additional hardware or infrastructure is going to be required? Basically, just a change in the train's behavior, is that correct?
Correct, above and beyond what we've already put out there.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. That's very good news. Anybody else? Kevin?
And just to be clear, just because it's a quiet zone, that does not mean that there will never be a horn sounded at that. Just like our other quiet zone crossings, if there is a hazard or anything like that, a safety concern. So there could still be the potential for people to hear a horn, just not on the regular schedule.
Correct, yes. If there's a safety issue, if they see vehicles on the tracks or pedestrians waiting there in the vicinity, construction work active in the area, you may still hear train horns.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Well, thank you for the very good news.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Anybody have anything else? Well, the time is 6:12. We're going to give ourselves an hour and 15 minutes until the regular session of the Coppell City Council that will start at 7:30. Good evening, everyone. The time is 7:30 p.m. and we're going to move into the regular session of the Coppell City Council. As a reminder, persons wishing to speak during the citizens' appearance or the public hearings must sign the appropriate register located outside the council chambers and list your address. Just to be clear, we do have two sessions for our citizens to speak. The first one is a citizen's appearance, which is generic in nature and is limited to 3 minutes per person. We also have a number of public hearings tonight that have a separate citizen's comment that is limited to 5 minutes per person for a maximum of 1 hour for those speaking in favor and 1 hour for those speaking opposed. So just to be clear, that's going to come up a little bit later. If you're signed up to speak for the citizen's appearance, which is item number 7 on the agenda, that is just a generic topic of anything of interest. If you're here for one of the public hearings, that is a separate sign up. So just be aware, please. Tonight we have Pastor Jacob Hager of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints to give our invocation, and we'll follow that with our Pledge of Allegiance. So everyone please stand and remain standing.
Heavenly Father, we come before you at the start of this meeting with grateful hearts. Grateful for the Coppell community, for our friends and our neighbors, and for the privilege of playing a part in the City Council meeting. We are grateful for the leaders of this community and for the many city employees and volunteers. Please bless them and keep them safe. Lord, we ask you that you would grant wisdom to every member of the council during the discussions this evening. Bless them with discernment as they consider what is right for each member of Coppell. Guide their minds as they consider the matters before the City Council, and bless them that they might bring clarity to complex topics. Bless us with civility and understanding, that where there is disagreement, we may not be disagreeable. We ask that thy hand and guidance might be upon the city. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. Item 6A is a proclamation designating the week of April 19th through 25th as National Library Week. And I'd like to invite all of our library enthusiasts to come forward. While everybody's joining, I hope nobody gets tired of me saying this, but my mother was a librarian, and so the library has a special meaning for me and my family. And I must admit, whenever I have interviewed for the library board, I've never met a more passionate group of people to the extremes. So thank you for all the work you do. Now, whereas libraries provide an opportunity for everyone to pursue their passion, engage in lifelong learning, allowing them to live their best life, and whereas libraries have long served and trusted institutions for all members of the community, regardless of race, ethnicity, creed, ability, sexual orientation, gender identity, or socioeconomic status, and whereas libraries strive to develop and maintain programs and collections that are as diverse as the population they serve and ensure the quality of life for all, and whereas libraries adapt to the ever-changing needs of their communities, continually expanding their collections, services, and partnerships, and whereas libraries play a critical role in the economic vitality of communities by providing internet and technology access, literacy skills, and support for all job seekers, small businesses, and entrepreneurs, and whereas the Cosby Library and Community Commons has been serving the city of Coppell in all these ways and more since 1974, and whereas libraries, librarians, and library workers are joining library supporters and advocates across the nation to celebrate National Library Week. Now therefore, I, Wes Mays, Mayor of the City of Coppell, do hereby proclaim the week of April 19th through 25th, 2026 as National Library Week, and in witness thereof have set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Coppell to be affixed as 14th day of April, 2026. So thank you very much. Did we have somebody that would like to say something on behalf of the library?
Would love to. Hi, I'm Alexis Wellborn. I am the library manager. Thank you, Mayor Mays, and thank you, Council, for your immutable support as we continue to serve this amazing Coppell community. I firstly want to thank our friends of the library who recently raised over $1,600 at on Library Giving Day. Thank you very much for your efforts. All of their funds go directly to programming and materials at the library. And our lovely board members who have joined us tonight, thank you so much for your fervent support. We've had many conversations about the library's future, and I'm really excited about the direction we're going. And of course, I wouldn't be here without my amazing library team. They work really hard behind the scenes and on the library floor to make sure that everyone has an excellent experience when they're at the library. This year's National Library Week theme is Finding Your Joy. And so that definitely can look like propping open a book and getting lost in the characters and the plot, or it could mean you go to a program led by one of our many city staff members, potentially saving you money on your home or how to build a garden. Or maybe it means sitting at the train table with your toddler or going on Udemy to learn how to make the perfect Swiss meringue. Either way, when you're at the library, we hope that you find a little bit of joy and that it keeps you coming back. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Councilmember Brianna Hinojosa-Smith had something she'd like to say.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say thank you to each and every one of you for making the library such a special place in our community. It's a place that is just so inclusive of just everybody, just regardless of age, gender, ethnicity, race. Just it's a place where you belong. There's a place that you definitely can find your joy. And I just love all the programming. I love that from the moment that you walk in, there's someone there to greet you, someone there to help you, and someone there to invite you to one of these different programs or help you find that book that you're looking for. So To each and every one of you, thank you for all the time and effort and commitment you put into raising funds to continue the programming in our library. And thank you to our staff for everything that you do to show your passion and your love for our community through the library.
Well, this looks like a very happy group, so thank you for being here tonight. I've got a little proclamation for you. And, oh.
Lunch and close.
Just a little bit.
Lower this just a moment. All right. Big smiles like you just read your favorite book ever. And you're about to pick up another one. All right. 3, 2, 1. And a couple more. You're reading another book. Just turn the page. Fantastic. Thank you. Appreciate it. Be good.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our second proclamation tonight is a proclamation proclaiming March 2026 as American Red Cross Month in the city of Coppell. And I'd like to invite members and representatives of the Red Cross to come forward.
Hi there.
Hi. Just you?
Just me.
I think I need the proclamation. Sorry. So whereas March has been celebrated as Red Cross Month for more than 80 years, honoring the neighbors who make it humanitarian mission possible in Coppell. Every day, their acts of kindness change lives, bringing relief, comfort, and hope when help can't wait. This tradition reminds us that the strength of our community lies in our shared commitment to one another, just as it has since President Franklin D. Roosevelt first proclaimed March as Red Cross Month in 1943. Whereas each day more than 145 dedicated Coppell residents put on their Red Cross vest, offering hope to neighbors in need, and whereas the Red Cross carries out disaster relief operations, serving the Coppell community, delivering food, shelter, and comfort to neighbors facing unexpected emergencies, and whereas the Red Cross holds blood drives in Coppell to collect blood, ensuring life-saving care for new mothers, cancer patients, and accident victims. And whereas the Red Cross proudly provides critical services to Coppell military members and their families, helping them navigate the challenges of service, and whereas Coppell residents enroll in Red Cross First Aid, CPR, and AED training courses, making this community more prepared and resilient in emergencies. Now therefore, I, Wes Mays, Mayor of the City of Coppell, by virtue of the authority vested in me by the laws of the city and the state of Texas, do hereby proclaim March 2026 as American Red Cross Month in Coppell. I further recognize April 14th as Red Cross Giving Day in the city of Coppell, and I encourage all residents of Coppell to reach out and support its humanitarian mission. In witness thereof, I've set my hand and caused the seal of the city of Coppell to be affixed this 14th day of April, 2026. So congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm guessing you might have a few words to say as well. All right. So,
good evening. Thank you, Mayor. My name is Jenna Schrader. I'm a proud resident of Coppell and a Red Crosser. We are so grateful to partner with the city as well as community partners that help make Coppell a safer, healthier, and more resilient community. Every day, Red Cross impacts lives in ways seen and unseen. When a home fire displaces a family in the evening, oftentimes Red Crossers are the first to respond. When hospitals need life-saving blood, our donors roll up their sleeves. When someone collapses and a bystander doesn't know what to do, our CPR and first aid training can mean the difference between life and death. This work would not be possible without Coppell volunteers who give their time, skills, and compassion to help their neighbors when they need it most. While we celebrated Red Cross Month in March, the work doesn't stop, and we are incredibly grateful for this recognition. Whether you give blood, take a course, volunteer, or make a donation, there is a role for everyone at the Red Cross. The Red Cross exists to prevent and alleviate human suffering in the face of emergencies, and because of you, that mission continues here in Coppell. As a gift from the Red Cross, we would like to give all of our council a pin celebrating this partnership.
well, thank you very much. Let's give the Red Cross a big round of applause. And Sam is going to do his.
We got two cameras today, so I'll go first. All right.
Here, let's move over.
Yeah. That's a good spot. All right, everybody ready? All right, big smiles, and 3, 2, 1. I'm gonna get a close here of you two. All right. Chris, of course.
Thank you very much. And I will be sure and pass those out to the council. All right, item number 7 is our consent, or our citizens' appearance. Persons wishing to speak must sign the register and list your address. Presentations by individuals shall be limited to 3 minutes each, during which time the speakers must remain at the podium, face forward, and only address the mayor and city council. Persons signed up to speak will be called in the order that they signed up. In order to maintain an orderly and respectful meeting environment and to conduct the public meeting and business, speakers will adhere to the standards outlined in Ordinance 2025-1633. There will be no comments or deliberations from the City Council due to the Texas Open Meetings Record Act. We do have several people that have signed up to speak this evening, and the first one is Todd Landrum. Mr. Landrum? Please state your name and, yes, sir. Name and address for the record.
Todd Landrum, 1416 Kings Mill Court. Can you hear me now? Todd Landrum, 1416 Kings Mill Court, and I agree with the pastor in his prayer. I'm here with a grateful heart. I want to thank you on behalf of our HOA Fairways at River Chase for the quiet zone designation, which went into effect this morning, sometime around 3 when I couldn't hear the train anymore. We were accustomed to hearing that train horn about 4 times an hour, 21 hours a day, and it was loud, and we all agreed that it was an issue, and the entire city staff and everyone on the city council, the communication channels were open. Don, we communicated. Kevin stepped in there. Ramesh, Miss Tracy Leach, I believe, and your office, everyone in Public Works. I had a chance to meet Mr. Tainer this evening. We just want to thank you and express our gratitude for everything the city. I know that the city poured everything into it. And as I was telling Kevin earlier, it was not the typical, stereotypical response from a governmental body that we would expect. Our homeowners expected the worst, and you delivered the best. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments tonight. The second speaker is Mohammed Hussein.
Am I the right Mohammed Hussein or?
So it said 138 Wall Plum Drive?
I'm the right one.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So this is in regards to the development project right behind my house. So am I in the right slot or no?
No, sir, you're not. You signed up to speak under the citizen's appearance, and you made a note of quiet zone, which was the topic of the previous speaker. If you would like to defer until the public hearing on the item that you're interested in, you're welcome to do so.
Thank you.
All right. The next speaker, and I'm sorry, I'm struggling with the
yeah, I can't read the handwriting.
the address is 148. Dimuji?
It is D. Mukherjee.
Yeah.
I'm on the other one as well.
Okay. All right, so we will add those to item number 11. I believe that is the end of the speakers for the citizens' appearance. Was there anybody else that had intended to sign up for the public session of our citizens' appearance? Seeing none, we will move on to the consent agenda. The consent agenda is routine in nature and is generally enacted in a single motion. These items have been previously approved through the budget or past council actions. Any item may be pulled and considered separately. Full descriptions are available on the screens in front of you. Council, do you have any questions or comments or care to pull one of the consent agenda items? Councilmember Nevels.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve consent agenda items A through L.
Thank you very much. Do I have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Matthew. All in favor?
Walker, Hinojosa Smith, Carroll, Nevels, Prem Kumar, Matthew, Hill, none opposed, motion carries.
All right. Thank you very much. Moving on. We have a series of public hearings, and persons wishing to speak during these public hearings must sign the register and list your address. You will be called to speak in the order that you signed up. Public hearings are limited to 5 minutes per speaker. As a reminder, the council rules and procedures provide that there shall be a cumulative limit of 60 minutes for all those speaking in favor of an item and 60 minutes for all speaking against an item. No group or organization shall be allowed more than 3 speakers on any agenda item. Item number 9 is a public hearing, so I'm going to open the public hearing and consider adoption of the ordinance of the City of Coppell, Texas, readopting, ratifying, and republishing and extending Chapter 9 of the Code of Ordinances, Article 9-19, Youth Camp Program Standard of Care, and authorizing the mayor to sign.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Daniel Wyant, Recreation Coordinator at the Corps. This item is routine in nature and as an annual review process in order to be exempt from the state of Texas licensing program or process for youth camps. Camp Do It All is not licensed by the state of Texas, so we abide by the standards of care they put in place for municipal recreation programs. Camp Do It All is a successful day camp program offered to children ages 6 to 12 years old. We offer the program during all the major Coppell ISD holidays, including Thanksgiving, winter, spring break, and summer. This totals 15 weeks out of the year, serving 1,600 children over that time. Every week is highly sought after, and this year we have already hit capacity. And the first week we had registration open, so that was a really exciting, busy few days where we did hit our capacity there. During the holiday breaks, we hold camp at the Corps, and then we partner with Coppell ISD to hold summer camp at a local elementary. This summer we will be at Pinkerton Elementary. And no changes have been made to the standards of care, so tonight we are recommending approval for the youth standards of care for 2026 and asking you to approve the ordinance.
Thank you very much. Does any of this council have questions for Mr. Wyant? Councilmember Matthew.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Question for you. I'm familiar with the Camp Do It All. What are the other camps throughout the year?
So at the Corps, we have some different camps. So you're asking for other camps that we do at the, so a couple other different ones. We usually bring in some contracted programs. So you'll see things like Wise Academy is a program we bring in, some other contracted camps. Nothing, and also not at the Corps, but we also do our wagon wheel tennis and almost said tennis ball, it's that pickleball, right? Tennis and swim camp there, that's the name of that camp. There's a tennis and swim camp they have there. So there's a few other different camps throughout the year that we have as well, within the Corps.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, this is a public hearing. We did not have anybody signed up to speak. Therefore, Council, any comments, any further comments? Otherwise, I will accept a motion. Councilmember Walker.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we close the public hearing and approve item 9 as proposed.
Thank you very much. Do we have a second? Councilmember Nevels. All in favor?
Walker, Hinojosa Smith, Carroll, Nevels, Prem Kumar, Matthew, Hill, none opposed, motion carries.
All right, thank you very much. Item number 10 is another public hearing. Persons wishing to speak must have signed the register. You will be called up in the order that you registered. This is to consider approval of PD 250R26R2-8, Old Town Edition, Lot 4R, Block D, a zoning change request from PD 250R26R-8, which is a plan development of 250 Revision 26 Revised Historic, to PD 250R26R2-H, which is plan development of 250 Revision 26 Revision 2 Historic, to revise the detailed site plan to allow professional or medical office in addition to the retail and restaurant uses already permitted on the first floor on .25 acres of property located at 767 West Main Street. Mr. Steer.
Mayor, Council, good evening. The plan development for a 10,215 square foot, two-story mixed-use building with retail on the first floor and 2 residential units on the second floor was approved in August 2022 on the subject property. Then in December 2023, Council approved a site plan to allow for a 775 square foot ice cream shop and 2,300 square feet of speculative restaurant uses on the first floor. The Artsy Cakery has since occupied the 775 square foot restaurant space. This is the latest lot that has been developed in the Main Street project. It's approximately 0.25 acres in size, and it's west of the Old Town Plaza. The gross floor area of the building is 10,200 square feet with 2 apartment units on the second floor. The existing uses allowed, as mentioned on the first floor, are 775 square feet restaurant space, then 2,300 square feet of vacant retail or restaurant space. The applicant's proposing to add professional and medical office uses to the currently permitted uses in the 2,300 square feet on the first floor within the plan development. According to the applicant, they are currently not able to lease the vacant space, and most of the inquiries are for professional office or medical office uses. The shared parking already allocated for the building would accommodate medical or professional office spaces. We sent out 19 notices within 200 feet as required by state law, and the applicant's letter was, of course, in favor of the request, and that was included with the council's packet. Then we had 133 courtesy notices sent out within 800 feet. We received no responses to that. Sites within the Old Town Main Street project that were intended to be retail have been converted over the years to medical and professional office uses. The property was conceptually planned for retail and restaurant uses. The current mixed-use plan development zoning for this property was intentionally allowed in this instance with 2 apartments on the second floor to maximize the use of the property so that retail and restaurant uses would be the only uses allowed on the first floor to generate activity in the area. By allowing for medical or professional offices in this 2,300 square feet of leasable area, that would take away from potential evening and weekend activity that could be generated. Therefore, staff could not support the zoning case. The Planning and Zoning Commission denied the case 5-1, and the applicant appealed. A supermajority vote is required to approve the request, which is 6 out of 7 council members. That concludes my presentation. I believe the applicant is in the audience.
Okay, thank you very much. Does council have any questions for Mr. Steer? Councilmember Prem Kumar.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Steer, thanks for the presentation. From the top of your mind, can you tell us if there are other properties that are vacant within that particular square?
Within the surrounding the square?
Yes.
So there's one other vacant pad site for restaurant use.
Okay, there's, nothing has been built there, right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Walker.
Thank you, Mayor Mays. Mr. Steer, so with respect to businesses in Old Town contributing to the nighttime activities and all that sort of thing, right now there's 4 financial advisor offices on Houston and West Main?
I believe so. I believe that's correct, yeah.
And there's 1 clinical office, right? The old Let It Shine building?
Correct.
And there's the collective office building next to that, going
Yes.
slightly west?
Correct.
And then there's a veterinary office for, as I recall, large dogs?
I'm not particularly, or I'm not familiar with that, but there was, or there could still be the
The
pet.
veterinary
Yep.
office that's next to George?
Correct.
And all of those are 9 to 5 businesses, right?
I believe so.
And local diner on the most prominent corner in Old Town isn't open for dinner, correct?
Correct.
So it's only open for breakfast and lunch? Is that right?
So. I believe so, yeah.
So is it fair to say that the substantial majority of the businesses in Old Town right now do not offer any nighttime traffic?
Yeah, that's fair.
I have some questions for the applicant, but I think that's all I have for Mr. Steer. Thank you, sir.
Any other questions from council? I'd invite the applicant to come forward, and if they have any comments. Give us your name and address, please.
Good evening. My name is Diana Ahmad. I'm the property owner at 767 West Main Street, and I reside at 137 Kingsford Drive in Coppell, Texas. I'm requesting to amend the allowed uses, kind of like how we have gone over, for less than 2,300 square feet of the commercial space in my property. So we're referring to less than 25% of the property that I'm looking to add additional uses. That space has been vacant for more than 2 years. I have marketed for 3 years for retail or restaurant. Even prior to having the restaurant approved, I did have it marketed for both. Unfortunately, after spending thousands on Crexi, LoopNet, and CoStar, I still have not been successful in securing a tenant in these categories. I will continue to market for these categories, but if I cannot find a tenant, I really need the flexibility to fill the vacancy. Adding professional office and/or medical would help achieve this goal that the city and I have. Tonight, I'm asking the City Council to approve my request of adding zoning uses and professional office and/or medical uses. The city has already established precedents for these uses, and they're very commonly allowed uses throughout Old Town, as Mr. Walker has pointed out. I'm not asking for anything that hasn't been approved from time and time again. So if you look at the businesses on Main Street, on Houston Street, there was 705 West Main Street was Frost Bakery, and it was converted into Forum Health Coppell Integrative Medical Clinic, so it went from restaurant to medical. And then you have a few other ones that went from retail to professional office. So, I mean, time and time again, the zoning changes or having use changes is very common in Old Town. And so the only restaurant right now on Main Street is the bakery that's in my building. So, I mean, obviously I would keep that space as restaurant use, but there's no other restaurants on Main Street. There's Twisted Root Burger on Houston Street, so right around the corner. And then for like my neighbor to the north, Let It Shine, they were approved for a zoning change in their previous location around the corner at 529 Houston Street. That was an established retail location for years. It was converted to medical office, and that medical office tailors to out-of-state veterans. And then we have my neighbor to the south. They were zoned at 779 West Main Street. They were zoned retail and then later became professional office, their retirement planning office. So, I mean, we've definitely seen, established precedents for medical professional office, and there's really not, too many restaurants in Old Town. Old Town, suffers significantly from lower visibility compared to nearby places such as Grapevine, Cypress Waters, and Flower Mound. To compete with such major established destination areas that have very high concentration in traffic, it's really hard for restaurants to compete, for Old Town to compete for a location for restaurants. With changing consumer market shifts, it's making it harder for unique independent concepts to survive, while Old Town Coppell does not have the car traffic busy enough for most franchises to want to take the risk. In the evening and weekends, it's very quiet in Old Town, and restaurants do get very nervous as they can pick a location with thousands of cars daily crossing in front of their restaurant. With the high cost and raising price of food, it's essential for the location to be busy enough to ensure success for any restaurant. The city claims that they would like nightlife and weekend life, yet the nightlife has to end by 9 p.m. on weekdays and 10 p.m. on weekends. There's been 3 restaurants in the immediate location to my building: Doty's, Quincy's Chicken, and Twisted Root Burger. And all 3 of these restaurants opened successfully, and all 3 filed for bankruptcies. Only Twisted Root Burger was able to remain open. The other 2 stayed permanently closed. You may say, well, what about the locals who love Old Town? Like, I love Old Town. I live in Coppell. I went back and forth, so I'll give you an example. I went back and forth with a nice couple that live in Old Town, and they're retired. They wanted to start a franchise. So I went back and forth with them, and I talked with Matt Steer about Donato's Pizza. So I thought that would be a great solution. So their agent, Wyatt, he emailed me and apologized, and he said that they signed a lease in Flower Mound and that my building would not work. He said, quote, "Corporate did not approve your building as it was not their traditional retail market type location." The location they are at now in Flower Mound, I checked, 73,235 cars drive in front of their location every day. In Old Town, I don't think there's one street in Old Town that gets even 1,000 cars per day. If you look at the apps that restaurants use to choose locations, because now it's different than before, so these apps kind of show, where's the right place, like where's the traffic and car traffic and so forth. And I think the closest location to my building that even tracks on any of those apps, I think I saw it was Burns, and I think it was like 997 cars on average a day. So it is a little bit hard for restaurants to, come. And since I first started the building to now, I've had many professional offices, doctors, lawyers, chiropractors, people who live in Coppell. They would love to have their office in Coppell. I've had to turn them down time and time again. So, really, what should I do? Keep the building vacant? I'm losing hundreds of thousands with keeping the vacancy for so long. I don't know if the city would be willing to pay the lease and help find a restaurant to help fill it, or if the city would lower my property taxes or help cover it until the vacancy is filled. But I have shown good faith. There is set precedent in Old Town. And if you're not planning to approve this simple request tonight, I would like for someone to articulate a rational basis for denial, as wanting to have an active weekend and nightlife in Old Town, I don't feel like is an adequate reason to leave the space vacant after all this time. And so, I will keep continuing trying to get a restaurant or retail, but I would like some flexibility that if I can't eventually, find the right restaurant or retail, there's so many, good professionals that want to be in my building.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Walker, I think you had a question for her?
I do. Good evening, ma'am.
Good night.
So I'm dusting off some memory banks here, so I may be incorrect, but I recall when I was on planning and zoning that when you built this property, you incorporated a grease trap with the hope that that would provide optionality for you to be able to lease to a restaurant.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, there is a 1,500-gallon grease trap in place that can be shared between the 3 suites.
So you went to the extent of that expenditure as part of your construction to make the option of a restaurant real?
Yes, I spent $65,000 on the grease trap, and I spent $15,000 to build the dumpster to the specifications that the city required.
Okay. And immediately south of you is a financial advising service company, correct?
It's a retirement planning, the Dragons, yes.
Okay. And you have been successful in leasing the, I guess it's approximate 800 square feet to the Artsy Cakery Bakery, correct?
Yes, and they're not open in the weeknights. So it didn't really, drive traffic for weekends or whatnot.
Okay, so we're talking roughly, if you look at your ground floor retail space that's available, you've got roughly 3,100, 3,200 square feet. So we're talking roughly 72% of your total leasable retail space on the ground floor is vacant.
So the retail space downstairs is 3,104, the total square footage. So about 67% is vacant.
Okay, fair enough. And you've described some financial hardship that this is, your inability to lease it for the current allowed use. Could you just, without going into too much detail, just kind of elaborate on that a little bit for us?
How I would be able to lease it if I added the
No,
uses?
ma'am,
Or what do you mean?
just the cost of keeping that much of your total ground floor retail space vacant for 2 years.
So roughly 10,000 a month, so 120, so 2 years, 240,000 roughly, and then plus triple net, so about 270 in 2 years' time.
Okay, just to make sure that I understand what you're asking, with respect to allowing these 2 additional uses, the grease trap's going to remain in place, correct?
Yes, the bakery is using that, and it can in the future. So even if a professional office, medical goes in, and in a couple of years someone says, no, I want to put a restaurant there or a retail store, it can easily be converted back to a restaurant.
So you're not telling us that you would never lease to a restaurant?
No, and actually some professional offices and more professional offices, they don't mind having a shorter lease. It's easy to build out office space. Restaurants, so potentially it would make sense that, a restaurant would come into, Old Town. Like I know there's a piece of land that might, be available at some point next to Twisted Root Burger, for example. So maybe if a restaurant goes there, then other restaurants will say, but like right now, a lot of professional offices and medical are approaching me because that's what they see is there now. So they say, okay, well, I would like to be there too. And then, then we have this discussion, well, I'm the only property that's pretty much not allowed on our street. So, at this point, we just need to fill the vacancy. I am still trying, and will still try for restaurant retail, but it's getting to the point that, if we can't find something that, matches Old Town, then there are several people waiting for me to call them. Chiropractors. There's actually even for example, an eye doctor. In his location right now, he's actually zoned retail because he does have sales of glasses or so forth. But I did ask with the city, and it would be considered medical because he does see patients. So even with that, for example, even if he was considered retail, or if he's considered medical, he is open on the weekends. So not necessarily being a medical or professional office, you're not going to be open on the weekends, so depending on the type of business.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am.
Yep.
Any other questions? Councilmember Prem Kumar.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Amar, thank you for your presentation. First off, I want to start off by saying that I'm really sympathetic to your request. I'm not in your position, but I think I can understand the financial loss that you're going through. You probably are also aware that across the city of Coppell, the residents have been asking for a vibrant nightlife. And as part of our master plan, City Council had hoped that Old Town would be that solution. And you probably have noticed that the city staff have taken a lot of action to increase foot traffic in that neighborhood. And I do think, in addition to all the funding that the city council has provided to Old Town, I've been a big supporter of increasing more spending there so that we meet the needs of what our residents have been asking. I hope that will happen. I'll be on your side fighting for that. And I just wanted to mention to you that the last council meeting, there was another request for variance in Old Town, and I was one of the two people that denied that request. So I have to be consistent with the way I'm thinking, which is I want more traffic in Old Town, and we need to do everything that the city can to do that. So I just wanted to explain my decision before you see it. Thank you.
Can I ask you, would you, so for example.
No,
it's-
ma'am,
oh,
I'm sorry.
Oh, so sorry. Okay, sorry.
This is not a question and answer.
Sorry. Okay.
Councilmember Matthew.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. It's great to hear from your side. My question for you, you said in your presentation that you marketed this property for 3 years. And what are the retail shop approached to you, and how many restaurants approached to you? How many fell through because of the lease amount is high? Can you explain to us a little more, please?
Sure. So in terms of retail, it was really not a good fit for Old Town. So I did have several businesses. For example, I had a tattoo artist, they wanted space. And, so I don't know if that would do well or not in Old Town. A cigar lounge, I have residents upstairs, so that wouldn't work. I've had 2 massage parlors that wanted to come, and they would want sometimes, later hours or whatnot. And I didn't think that was a good fit. CBD shops. There's 4,000 kids at the high school. My daughter's a junior. I really would not like to see, her or her friends, around a CBD shop in Old Town when there's a farmer's market. I feel like it's more family-oriented location. So if I did not have good faith and did not care about the city, I would have leased it out 3 years ago to a retailer. Even the CBD shops were willing to pay over what I'm asking for in rent. And they even said they would make a very high-end finish out. The vapes are $300, $400, so it's not for high schoolers, it's more for adults, and these things. But is that really the direction we want Old Town to go, like smoking and these things? So that's kind of in terms of retailers. I would say it was very weird, the selection. A couple of artists, that wanted to have kind of like an art gallery. Again, a lot of the retailers also were like boutiques, so they would not be open in the weekends or at night. So that would not be helping towards that goal. Now, in terms of restaurants, I've had some breakfast places, so again, it would not bring traffic in the evening. And most restaurants that are busy for dinner, they're going to shy away from Old Town because there's not a busy place there right now. If anyone comes to visit my building, they come at lunch, they seem excited, they'll come the next day at 5, 6 o'clock, there's not one car. You could stand in the middle of Main Street, I could talk to them for an hour, and not one car is gonna pass by. This is why they're like, and I try to convince them, I am very an active person. If there's a restaurant I go to that I like, I will look for the owner. I'll ask them, hey, why don't you come to Old Town? There's 2 restaurants in Houston. I talked to the owners. They both came to Dallas, agreed they should be here, and they both opened one in Richardson and one in Plano. I convinced them to come, but they didn't come to my building because you look at the difference of Richardson or Old Town as a restaurant. With the raising prices of food, they really have to reduce that cost. So the location is so important. And even the businesses nearby, a lot of them, like IBM or Microsoft, they're open during the day. In the evening, again, it's quiet. So, there seems to be a little bit of a disconnect, what we want to see in Old Town and what is, feasible.
Thank you.
Councilmember Nevels.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for coming and speaking to us. I had a question about, I know we've been primarily talking about the zoning, on the bottom floor, but it's my understanding that there are 2 apartments on the second floor. Is that correct?
Yes.
What's the status of those apartments, if you will?
Sure. And within 5 days that I had the apartments listed, both of them were leased out for 2 years. And then the bakery's been there for 2 years. So for the last 2 years, those have all been filled, and my tenants are very happy. So they will be long-term, but the vacant space has been vacant.
A follow-up about so I want to talk a little bit about the initial zoning process. I know Councilmember Walker kind of touched on this in his questions. So you mentioned, I want to make sure I state this clearly for everyone. So you said that you were marketing the building before it opened, correct? Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, during construction.
Okay, so, but you didn't have, did you have anything leased out before the construction started?
No.
So it would be a speculative building. That would be the
Yes.
best way to say that, right?
Yes.
And so I think we all know that having a speculative building or building that is built before tenants are secured, there is certain risk involved with that endeavor, correct?
Yes,
That's fair to say, right?
Yes.
So you knew, like, going through this process, there could be challenges, could be, periods where the space wasn't leased. Is that a fair assumption for me to have in your initial kind of process through that zoning?
Through the zoning process, potentially, but I know several people who live in Old Town and so forth, so just from knowing people in the community, they all said, oh, we need something there. And I would say, though, that like the farmers market and so forth is really not advertised very heavily. I lived in Coppell for years before I knew about Old Town Coppell, which, is kind of a weird thing to say. But one of my neighbors brought pasta one day. She told me it's from Old Town. I went, I saw there was land. I was like, oh, this is amazing and close to home. My last project was in Dallas on 75. So I was very excited, about it. I really believe, just living in Coppell and knowing so many people, that it would be leased out very quickly for restaurant or retail. There's not too many food places. We have a lot of people who are hungry, families. But unfortunately, today is very different than 5 years ago. For restaurants to come, there really has to be a huge incentive. I understand that Twisted Root Burger and Hard 8, they had financial incentive to come to Coppell. I don't know what kind of, financial incentives or help that the city can provide if you want to keep it restaurant or retail. If there's some way that you guys would advertise Old Town Coppell more, or something like that. I don't know what kind, I would love to find a solution, and I am going to still trying to find restaurant and retail. That's my ultimate goal. But it's just, at the point of, I just want to be treated the same as all my neighbors. Every neighbor I have has had a zoning change. I can give you examples of every single address of the zoning change that they've had on Main Street. For example, I don't think there's one property on Main Street or Houston that hasn't had a zoning change.
Could I, one more follow-up, and specifically regarding this property, I know you mentioned something about incentives or grants, or something. Have you ever pursued anything for this particular property before? Or attempted to pursue?
Yeah, I have contacted numerous restaurant groups.
No, I think you misunderstood. No, from the city, pursued a grant or an economic incentive about this property from the city.
I was not aware that there are, incentives or something like that.
Okay.
The city's been aware it's been empty for 3 years. I'm sure someone's passed by, but no one's mentioned that there would be any incentives.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Councilmember Prem Kumar.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick clarification for Councilmember Nevels. Were you referring to Ms. Ahmad that she could work with Mindy Hurley? So if she finds a restaurant, and if the restaurant needs an incentive package, then they can work with the city. Is that what you meant to recommend?
Considering that an economic incentive package isn't on the agenda, I was just curious about specifically to this property if that happened, but not necessarily suggesting anything.
Council, any other Councilmember Brianna Hinojosa-Smith? What's that? Yes, you may. We've been requested to go into executive session, so we will recess into executive session in the first floor conference room. We have adjourned from executive call session, and the time is 8:45. We're going to reconvene into the regular session of the Coppell City Council. We were at the point where we were having comments from council, and we're questioning the applicant. Council, do you have any more questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. You might want to stay tuned in case anybody has questions coming up in just a moment.
Sure.
This is a public hearing, and there were no persons signed up to speak at the public hearing. So therefore, I will turn it back over to council for any other questions or comments. Councilmember Walker.
Thank you, Mayor. Is this just for discussion as a predicate to a motion?
Or you can make a motion at this point.
Okay, I'll go ahead at this point and close the public hearing and move to approve item 9 as
10.
Item 10 as phrased, subject to any conditions.
Okay, there were no conditions stated, so thank you very much. Do I have a second? Mayor Pro Tem Carroll seconds. Is there any further discussion? Councilmember Hill.
So I'm not going to be able to support this motion that's been made. We've had discussions in public work sessions about the creation of an entertainment district, which has to go through Austin approval. We've worked with staff to lay the groundwork for this. So we have a grand vision for this area. And we do not want to, I say we, I do not want to abandon it. Given the fact that we now see a viable means to getting to that vibrant nightlife that people are looking for in the city of Coppell. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hill. Any other comments? Councilmember Walker.
Thank you, Mayor. So we have certainly not spent too little time on Old Town. We've had several workshops, several town halls. We've commissioned a huge study and survey, and that survey made it clear that the community wants, this vibrant nightlife in Old Town. So there's the Old Town that we want, and there's the Old Town we have. The Old Town we have has every single business closed at 9 o'clock. Even the retail that we say we want is closed in the evening. Jacaranda closes. Tattered Style is only open 3 days a week. The State Farm Agency is a 9-to-5 job. All the financial advisors there are 9-to-5 jobs. The Let It Shine and Tangerine are 9-to-5 businesses. The Collective is an office for work hours. The medical clinic is a 9-to-5 business. The veterinary clinic is a 9-to-5 business. And I don't even think George is open much past 8 or 9 o'clock. So, I would like to see that entertainment district pursued in Austin. I would like to see us create greater optionality for the Old Town district with respect to a wider range of businesses that could go down there. And one reason that I like the entertainment district is because it would enable us to have a restaurant on the city-owned pad site that's been empty now since we developed Old Town, more than a decade, that we haven't been able to get a restaurant to set up there. So it's not encouraging at this point to me And maybe the entertainment district makes a difference. Maybe we get a full bar in there, maybe the margin for restaurants, sufficient for them to justify taking a shot and opening a restaurant with a full bar and staying open till 1 or 2 in the morning. That's great, but at this point in time, I think the current lease that you would sign with professional operation or any kind of insurance operation or anything else like that will probably expire before we get to that point. With the approval of an entertainment district, the implementation of an entertainment district, the appointment of a board to conduct and operate the entertainment district, I think that's probably 2 to 3 years down the road. So I very much approve your application because I think that it is totally consistent with the Old Town we have. And because you are set up with a grease trap and because the leases tend to be 2 to 3 years at most, I think by the time the current lease that you would be letting with respect to this space will be expired by the time this additional optionality is available to you in a way that would perhaps create greater interest in other tenants. And so I very much support your application because I don't want to see you have empty storefront. I don't want you to see you have as much as 67, 70% of your available ground floor leasable space empty. And I don't want to see you wait 3 years to find out if Austin's going to give us an entertainment district. I think we should cater to the entrepreneurs and the business owners we have today, and then we'll worry about the ones that are here tomorrow, 3 to 4 years from now. And so I do support your application.
Thank you.
And I think really, truly, I understand the way staff has looked at this, and I understand the way P&Z has looked at this, because staff cannot, and P&Z cannot change policy, right? So, and they're all well aware of our desire to have this vibrant nightlife in Old Town. So I don't fault them for how they've looked at this. I watched the P&Z meeting, but this body does have the authority to make an exception for you, as we've made for every other business on that same street. So for all those reasons, I support your application, and I thank you for taking a shot on Old Town and building an Old Town and investing 7 figures worth of capital in Old Town and giving us a chance. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we do have a motion and a second. Are there any other discussions? Councilmember Matthew.
Thank you, Mayor. I also listened to you, and you spent 3 years marketing this property, and you were not able to get anything into that property. I understand, and I sympathize with you. So I'm also in approval of your application.
Thank you so much.
Mayor Pro Tem Carroll.
Thank you, Mayor. Old Town has been around, I think, roughly 15 or 16 years, sort of in the latest iteration, and it has gone through many, many changes, evolutions, different ideas, and there is sort of a long-term vision for that overall area and everything. But there have been some evolutions, and I would tend to agree. We're not replacing the uses of this building. We are simply adding some additional flexibility for this evolution of Old Town. And it will continue to evolve, I suspect, when we do build out this grand vision, and we get, if we can get the legislator to come along with us and pass some of what we want to have passed with some of the available space, this will continue to evolve, and I believe the market will continue to put the tenant in there that is the highest and best use of that property at that point. And so I am also going to be in favor of approving this additional flexibility for this space.
Thank you so much.
Councilmember Hinojosa Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, thank you so much for coming. I really appreciate it. And thank you for investing in Old Town. As other council members have mentioned, right, it's been through different iterations. And we do have a vision, and we have had a lot of conversations around it. And I would say that all good things take time. And so while I know that and please know I empathize with the fact that it has been a long time. I also think through like just looking around the community at the highest and best use of what we have and what our empty spaces look like and what that vision is. And I know that while, Old Town may never be a South Lake, Old Town will always be a Coppell Old Town. And there are great things coming, and it will take time. And so with that, I'm not able to support it. And please understand it's because I know that there's a vision and so many different things that are coming. And I've seen great things come to fruition. And so all that to say is I want you to know that we hear you, I empathize with you, and I thank you for your time.
Right. Any other comments? Seeing none, then all in favor?
Walker, Carroll.
Point of clarification. Can I ask a question of what we're voting? So are we voting to deny or to approve?
This is to approve.
Okay.
The motion
thank you.
was to approve. All in favor?
Walker, Carroll, Matthew. Those opposed? Hinojosa Smith, Nevels, Prem Kumar, Hill. Motion fails.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Our next item is item 11, and due to my situation, I am a resident and a member of the Homeowners Association responsible for the property adjacent to the item 11. I need to recuse myself from the proceedings, and Mayor Pro Tem Carroll will be taking over in my place. So, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Give him time to get out of here. Okay. I'm in charge now. So this is a public hearing, item number 11. I will open the public hearing. Persons wishing to speak during the public hearing must sign the register and list their address. You'll be called to speak in the order you have registered. Public hearings are limited to 5 minutes per speaker. And in a moment, when we actually get to this point, as a reminder, the council rules and procedure provide that there shall be a cumulative limit of 60 minutes for all those speaking in favor of an item and 60 minutes for all that's speaking against an item. No group or organization shall be allowed more than 3 speakers on any agenda item. So with the public hearing open, we will go with our presentation by staff. And Ms. Boswell, will you read the item into the record?
Yes, sir. So this is a public hearing. Hold a public hearing and consider approval of a plan development 214 revision 10, commercial PD 214 R10-C, zoning change request from PD 214 R2-C to PD 210 PD 214 R10-C to allow for a detailed plan development of a 14,480 square foot commercial center and patio area on approximately 2.03 acres located at the south side of Sandy Lake Road, approximately 560 feet west of Denton Tap. So this property was originally part of a larger 29-acre development that included a residential development of Arbor Manors and additional commercial property along both Denton Tap and Sandy Lake Roads. The original zoning for the overall development was approved in 2007, with subsequent rezonings occurring with each new detailed site plan for the commercial sites. So this represents the final commercial piece to be developed. So what we're looking at now is the original PD on the left and then the current proposal on the right. So the original PD shows 2 buildings out front adjacent to Sandy Lake, while the current proposal has 1 building located to the rear of the property. The original parking has rear at has parking at the rear of the property, while the current proposal has the majority of parking out front. The original PD, the driveway entrances, we have one off Sandy Lake at the western edge and a shared driveway out to Arbor Manors HOA lot drive. The current proposal has two driveways along Sandy Lake, one shared with the Verizon lot and the other on the eastern portion of the lot. With the current proposal, there is no connection to the residential subdivision. So the site is currently vacant, and the site plan shows a proposed 14,480 square foot proposed building will contain a mix of uses including retail, restaurant, and medical. An outdoor patio is proposed on the western end of the building. There is a PD condition to allow the 500 square foot patio area without additional parking requirements. Any square footage over 500 square feet will require parking. This condition has been granted with other developments. There will be a driveway entrance from Sandy Lake Road and a secondary shared access point from the neighboring Verizon site to the west. So there are two trash receptacles proposed on the western portion of the site, situated away from the residences. Originally, they had them towards the back property line, but we asked them to move them to the center of the lot where they are currently proposed. There's an existing 6 foot in height brick screening wall that exists between this property and the residential property to the south. So in terms of building elevations, the building height is just under 19 feet with a parapet wall at the front varying in height from approximately 20 to 25 feet, creating some articulation. The trash enclosure material will match the building as well. We've got the building will be a combination of brick, aluminum storefront with a dark bronze and metal fascia and trim. The lower part of the building will contain a light colored brick and a darker colored brick above the water table. There is no drive-through proposed for any restaurant. A monument sign is proposed along Sandy Lake Road. The sign will use the same darker brick as the building, be 6 feet in height, 6 feet in width, with external illumination. No signage was presented for the buildings. Any proposed signage will need to comply with city requirements. So in terms of landscaping, we've got a 20-foot landscape strip along Sandy Lake Road and 15 to 20 feet along the southern perimeter. The eastern perimeter will see a large number of trees being preserved. Additional trees along the southern perimeter will also be preserved. In total, 39 existing trees will be saved on site, and additional 38 or more overstory trees will be planted on site. So since the P&Z meeting, they have added additional Nellie R. Stevens along the southern perimeter to add additional screening. And these trees grow between 15 to 25 feet in height. So this is a zoning change request. We did send out notices. 26 were sent out within the 200 feet, 120 courtesy notices within 800 feet. We did receive 10 in opposition within the 200 feet and approximately 6 in opposition within 800 feet. In terms of opposition, the general consensus was about traffic, loss of green space and wildlife, decrease in quality of life, and noise concerns. So the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of PD 214R10-C subject to the following conditions. One, that a detailed engineering review will occur at the time of full engineering submittal. 2, to allow a 500 square foot patio area within the existing parking count. Additional patio space will require additional parking at 1 per 100. 3, that the downstream drainage analysis will need to be updated to address staff comments. 4, that all signage to meet city requirements. 5, to meet the photometric requirements of time of permitting. And 6 is for staff to take a detailed look at traffic. So that is the end of my presentation. The applicant is here as well to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Perone Boswell. Counselor Nevels.
Counselor? Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the presentation. I have a question. There's a condition on here that I'd love a little bit more clarification on. It says staff to take a detailed look at traffic. Can you provide a little bit more clarification as to the intent of the P&Z's purpose, or maybe some color around what this taking a look means?
So it was kind of said at the end of, or during the remarks, and staff took it as to look at, does it require a TIA, which we did take a look at, and it does not meet the thresholds of a TIA requirement. We didn't get anything else specific with regard to what that meant.
Okay, so vague in my understanding, so slightly vague for y'all as well?
Mhm.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood that. Thank you so much for the clarification.
Thank you. Counselor Prem Kumar.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Attorney Bob.
Yep. It's okay, Mayor Pro Tem Don. So, I was at the meeting. There is not the requirement for a TIA for this. It doesn't meet the requirements of our ordinance. There was some discussion with the assistant city engineer about either putting a hood or a no U-turn at the eastbound turn into Sprouts. And that would be the only thing that I think that staff or the engineering would address. Okay. I think that that's what that conversation was, because as Mary said, a TIA was not required, that there wasn't enough activity at that to trigger a TIA. But there was some discussion about cutting across from Arbor Manor through on that west parking lot with the traffic coming out of Arbor Manor, and then the exit on the far west side of the development, trying to cut across to get over to that turn lane to go across the street to Sprouts. Okay. And so it was, those were the traffic, maybe some potential traffic calming devices along there, but I'll have to defer to engineering to address that for you tonight.
Okay, all right.
But that's what the discussion was about.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Thank you. Counselor Prem Kumar.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem again. Ms. Boswell, thanks for the presentation. For someone who is not as smart as Councilmember Walker, can you explain to me what a change from revision 2 commercial to a revision 10 commercial means?
Sure. So the original development was revision 2. And so as each parcel developed, it obtains a different number. And so from the original development, this now is kind of one of the last ones. And so number 10 is the next sequence number.
Okay.
It's just for us to keep track of changes from what to what.
So it's not as much as the variance is being requested, it's
No.
just a tracking mechanism for you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Other comments? Counselor Walker.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Carroll. So Mary, so that I understand, so the 500 square foot patio per lot, the entire
It's one
parcel
lot.
is considered one lot, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And with respect to the 1 to 100 square foot additional space that'd be required if they expanded the patio, is there any other available parking space on the lot as drawn up?
I'm trying to think if they had a couple extra parking spaces, but essentially the restaurant requirement for a parking ratio is 1 to 100.
Right.
And I believe with this, I don't think they have any extra parking spaces.
So the end result of that would be that the patio is not going to be expanded as a practical matter.
Correct.
And with respect to the traffic calming devices, I love that. I've never heard that phrase before. Are we allowed, Mr. Hager, to insert an additional condition that would flesh out item 6 that would in fact require no U-turn sign at that one suggested area and any other appropriate
It
traffic
would be
calming
appropriate if
devices?
supported by the traffic engineers of being appropriate. I don't want to speak to what the standard was for him,
Okay, so
but
that's how
on
we-
generally acceptable traffic engineering standards, if he makes a recommendation to you, you could add that condition in. Yes, sir.
Okay, in lieu of number 6.
Yes, sir.
Thank you,
And I
sir.
would encourage you to do so.
Yes,
Because
sir.
it'd be very difficult to enforce that last one as written.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Hager, and thank you, Ms. Barone Boswell.
Other questions? Counselor Hill.
Yes, I have one question for you, Mary. Can you go back to the slide that had the original PD next to the proposed? Yeah, so that's the one. So at the time that this was approved, do you know if there were different parking requirements? And is that what is driving the location of this building? Because
I'm not aware if there was different parking requirements, but with certain uses, so retail has a 1 per 200 parking requirement. When you start having restaurant, that's 1 per 100, and the medical is 1 per 175. So that's what's kind of drawing the higher parking. And this, to be fair, the one on the left is probably conceptual. I'm not sure if it is exactly, parked correctly. It's probably more schematic, I would think.
And do you know if the landscaping requirements have changed since that time?
I can't answer that, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
I'm just trying to understand what's driving this vast change from the original PD.
I will say, just from something else on P and Z, that may get answered with the applicant's presentation. Some rationale for the change, I think. If not, we can come back to it.
Is your question, why is the building up front or towards the back? So the buildings towards the back, the staff was of the opinion that having the parking towards the front would be better off for the residents versus having all the parking towards the back. There's no connection to the street. And so the building would actually act as a buffer towards the residences as well. And so part of buffering, there's already the existing brick screening wall, and then they're adding the additional landscaping towards the back, the Nellie R. Stevens.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question. Appreciate it.
Counselor Walker.
Just to follow up on what Councilmember Hill asked, the original PD wasn't actually approved, was it?
It's a concept. Yeah.
Okay. So it
So
was approved by P&Z?
Right, so conceptually, they had everything for like the residential, and then they had tracks like A1, A2, A3, with zoning in place already.
So that was the original PD that included the neighborhood?
Correct.
Oh, okay. So that was provided by the developer?
So I'm gonna go back. So when we look at this screen here, everything in the pink and the neighborhood is part of the original PD.
Ah, okay, thank you.
Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Thank you very much.
So the purple is commercial or retail, which is pretty normal when you have those thoroughfares, Sandy Lake and Denton Tap. But the ones in pink are actually part of the original development.
Other questions for staff? All right, thank you. The applicant. Would you like to make comments, make a presentation? You give your name and your address.
Of course. Tyler Alley of 952 Bassett Place, Dallas, Texas. Thank you all for having me tonight. I just, we develop projects like this all across DFW, and so it's a very common occurrence with the way these master plan communities, where there's residential neighbors, the residential neighbors right next to the commercial property. So we've gone through this process many times, and some of the things we implemented here are sort of lessons learned. Just to answer the questions you had, the reason we put the building in the back is the biggest complaints that we get when we have buildings next to residential is noise, light, things like that. And so the reason that we move the building to the back traditionally is because it serves as a buffer between really not just the streets, but also the cars in the parking lot. Most of the cars in the parking lot will be in the front. Obviously, there'll be some on the side, but we try to minimize that as much as possible. That keeps the light from going towards the residences. And also, if you think about where the businesses, where their noise is, it usually comes out the front door. That's kind of the noisiest part of it. And so we try to, by flipping the building, we're able to get the sound out toward the front. There's also more just light and signage and things on the front. We're trying to, when we build these things, we know that if you're a neighbor to this project, like there's really nothing that we can build that's going to be ideal for you, right? Anyone who has trees behind them, I can sympathize why you'd prefer that versus commercial building. Obviously, this was designed to be commercial 20 years ago, and so all we're really trying to do is how can we make we're trying to do the best that we can of not an ideal situation for the neighbors. And so the way we did that is we put the building in the back away from the, right in the street as a buffer. Those Nellie Stevens that were mentioned, those are not required by code. We added those in the back. I think when we're at P&Z, we were at like 30 something in the back there. I think we added 50 of them, or 40 or 50, something like that, after P&Z of recommendations so that they can line the entire back. And so those are not required by code, but I think are, our way of trying to preserve some buffer between there. And so we're happy to answer any specific questions, but I just wanted to point out that we know that this is not an ideal situation for the neighbors, but we actively are trying to make the best of it for them and minimize some of those key complaints that they have. The last thing I'll say is we do have access to the west that will go to the meeting over there. The intent was we think that will lead to more of the traffic coming from the west and exiting out the west, and so that the curb cuts to the east will be less used than the one to the west is our expectation. So that's all we have. We're happy to answer many questions, and I think that's all we have for now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. One quick question, and just the way that the building is lined up right next to, or near the back of the property and everything, I am assuming that means there is no intention for deliveries or anything on the back. Because there's clearly no vehicle access on the back.
The trucks will have to come in the front.
Okay.
There's going to be, I think for ADA purposes, we have to have a sidewalk all the way around.
Right, I'm assuming for fire.
Yeah, exactly, for fire purposes. And so whenever we've done this, the vast majority of deliveries do come through the front. There are going to be some times where people will just walk around and come through the back, but that delivery truck obviously has to come through the front, which is another. And I do think at the P&Z it was asked, some of the residents were asked, would you prefer the old design or the new design? I think there was a consensus that the new design is at least better than the old design. Still not what they want, but it's hopefully is an improvement on the concept plan from 20 years ago.
Okay, thanks. Questions? Councilor Nevels.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mary, I was wondering, I apologize for getting you to jump around a little bit, but I was wondering if I could see that entire site plan, and specifically I'm looking at where the dumpster enclosures are on the west side of the property, or yeah, the pink highlights right there. I'm looking to see just what that looks like in relation to residential property behind it, and that's going to lead me to a question, so I apologize. Do you have the one where it had the whole concept plan? Like the entire original PD?
The PD, yeah.
I'm going to make you go back like a bunch of, I'm so sorry. Okay, all right, that's helpful. Actually, go to the one forward, I'm sorry, yeah. Okay, so I'm just trying to get oriented here to where it's going to be. Okay, on that lot right there. Has there been a discussion about trash pickup and the noise that might create? I know that there's been discussion in the past on the was that the east side of the properties over there, like with where our restaurants are with McDonald's and 151 and stuff like that. Had there been any discussion about mitigating sounds, noises, and stuff like that in y'all's discussions?
So I'll first say that the dumpster location we chose at staff suggestion. We put it somewhere, but we were happy to, we were flexible on that, so we wanted what they suggested. Typically we don't have a lot of control over that, but we are certainly open to. I don't know if there's a way for the trash pickup to be done differently in the city of Coppell, but typically that's not something that we're able to control. So we're certainly open to it. I've never actually seen a city where I can tell them come
Mayor,
to this time.
I'll ask you that question then. Potentially, I'm not saying, but there is a mechanism for a PD condition to, I know we've done it with like the fuel deliveries at the gas stations and stuff like on the east side of town and stuff. Do we have that ability to be able to add that type of condition for trash pickup?
I don't think we do for trash pickup.
I'm
City Attorney.
Yeah, City Attorney Bob.
Like I think we've regulated how many times a week
Okay.
someone comes to
You
get
can
it.
regulate delivery times
Okay.
and conditions.
Delivery or trash pickup times.
Well,
I'm not
same-
trying.
It's same thing for this purpose.
You're a lawyer, so you want me to
I
be
know.
precise. So,
I know.
but just that is just a concern that I have, and I'm assuming that is a big resident concern because I've heard that before in other areas.
I know generally they don't pick up where there's no lighting. If the lights are out, then they'll wait till it's light outside so they can see what they're doing.
Okay.
So that would have some impact on it, but no deliveries or trash pickup before 7 a.m., I'm fine with that.
Okay, there's things we can do on
And
that.
then,
Okay.
and then they're gonna have to work with the contractor, we can work with the contractor, because it's someone that has a franchise from us and a contract with us to do that pickup, so.
Understood. Just wanted to make sure that was within our scope. So,
I think we'll be fine.
all right. Thank you, sir.
Other questions? Councilor Hill.
So you said that you did meet with the neighborhood, and
There was there was no met with all the neighbors. I talked to the HOA. I talked with the HOA once, and then we met with some of the residents at P&Z. But the HOA was who I met with. I don't know if you meant the neighbors, like all of them, or with some of them. But
yeah.
no, I've met with some of the neighbors, particularly the ones behind us. I met some of them at a P&Z meeting a few weeks ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the ones that you did meet with prefer the new location of the building pushed back towards the rear of the property?
That wasn't a question for me. That was I think during the P&Z meeting, one of the commissioners asked I think they asked either a couple of them or a few of them which one they preferred, and that's where I got that comment from. So that wasn't from me asking them directly, that was coming from the.
Okay,
the
so
planning
you
and
haven't
zoning
met with the neighborhood when you're asking for a new PD?
I met with the HOA, but that's.
The HOA board or the whole
board,
HOA?
The board. Yeah.
So like 4 people or something?
I'm not sure how many people were on that call, but that's a fair question.
Okay, because I would be interested in knowing the opinions of the people in the neighborhood, especially the ones adjacent to that property. I mean, they bought these lots and homes thinking that this was the layout of the site, and then this is what comes back years later. So I'm just wondering, you know, what is the opinion? So I guess at some point we can go down that road.
I guess my point is I was simply reacting to the comments, and I know some other people were there, the comments that were made at P&Z. That's where there were tweaks made after the P&Z meeting, and so we were trying to react to those, but understood your point.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Other comments, questions for the applicant? I have one for staff again. The timeline, so 2007, that's the beginning of the development, is that correct? Meaning
Correct.
the residences as well as the L or U-shaped commercial and retail development, right?
Mhm.
So 2007 was the beginning. And what was built first? The residences and some of the commercial?
Right, so I believe the residences were first. I have to
Okay.
go back and look.
Okay.
But then there's, you know, different PD numbers for,
Mhm.
as new detail site plans come in. So like, you know, 151
Mhm.
Coffee was pretty recent.
Yeah, a few years ago.
McDonald's is not part of it. Then there's the, you know, where there's the Einstein Bagels and
Right.
and that. Then the Vision Center, that was all part of the same parent PD.
Okay,
So as different pieces came in, they came through the process.
okay,
And as they make amendments, they come through the process again.
I see. Okay. All right, thanks. Any other questions for the applicant? All right. All right, this is a public hearing. We'll move to persons signing up to speak, and once again, you'll be called, you've signed the register, and you'll be called in the order that you signed up. Public hearings, you're limited to 5 minutes per speaker. There will be 60 minutes for and 60 minutes against will be the limit. And no group or organization shall be allowed more than 3 speakers on any agenda item. And we do have one participant by Zoom, so we will, Mr. Kulkarni, we will go with you first. If you could, if you could state your name and your address.
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me, first of all?
We can.
Yes, thank you. My name is Atin Kulkarni, and I am a homeowner at 122 Wild Plum Drive in the Arbor Manors community. My home is one of the properties that sits directly behind the site that we are discussing here. I want to say clearly at the outset that I'm not here to stop this development. I accept that this is zoned commercial. However, my ask simply is that the council attach a few reasonable conditions to protect the families who live immediately next door to this site. My most important concern is the tree line along the edge of the property, which is right along our shared wall. These trees took years to grow. They gave us the privacy today, and the plan is to clear most of them. I think just 30 odd across the entire property will be left, and plant the new ones. I'm asking the council to require the developer to preserve these mature trees rather than clearing them. The new plantings will take 5 to 10 years to grow to provide any privacy at all. and there is no good reason to destroy what we already have there. If these are unavoidable, then consider moving the building up a little bit, create a little bit more easement to preserve the natural canopy of the good trees that we have. The second point related to this would be the boundary that we have, and we ask that the developer consider extending the height of the wall to provide meaningful sound and visual buffer. This building, as you saw from the plan, is very close to our properties, and irrespective of what comes there, there is going to be the ugly sight, and secondly, just the sound and visual barriers that we need to have. Three other points very briefly. On the traffic, if you look at the Texas Department of Transportation's crash system, it shows that the both entrances to our community are already flagged at a high risk. In fact, as much as the intersection of Sandy Lake and Denton Tap itself. So again, a traffic study be commissioned, and the ask is that the second entrance, which is literally adjacent to the Arbor Manors Drive, be moved a little bit to the west and be restricted to exit only onto Sandy Lake. On restaurants, if food service tenants occupy this building, I ask that the ventilation be directed away from the boundary and that a pest control or pest management plan be required. And lastly, on the wildlife, ospreys have been observed. In fact, we enjoy seeing them every now and then. And they are, as I'm sure the council knows, are federally protected species. I ask that the qualified wildlife survey be completed before clearing the trees. I also submitted these concerns in a written form because I'm traveling. So in closing, I lived in this community for 15 years, pretty much from day one that this was built. And this is home for me and my family. I'm not asking the council to choose the sites here. I'm asking it to ensure that the development happens in a way that respects the neighbors who will be living besides this for decades to come. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your service to Coppell.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker, Mr. Robichaud. Name and address, please.
Good afternoon, Dan Robichaud, 143 Juniper Court. I am here to speak to you on behalf of the Arbor Manors HOA. I'm the president of the HOA and resident of Arbor Manors since December of 2010. So while I respect that this plot of land has been zoned for commercial development for almost 20 years now, and before a single residence was even built in Arbor Manors community, I must share my disappointment that this beautiful treed lot, which backs up to 6 of our 75 residents' homes, will be leveled to save only 39 native trees out of the hundreds that are currently on the lot. While I understand that all good things must come to an end, as they say, I do believe that the developer could voluntarily do more to preserve more of the natural beauty of this space and still achieve their business objectives of a beautiful shopping center to attract the highest caliber clients. This desire is further reinforced by the proposed outdoor patio, which would be further beneficial or would further benefit from the preservation of a few more trees. So many of the trees that are supposedly marked for felling or to be cut down by the developer are very close to the Arbor Manors property line. So I must request that these trees be preserved. Second, I respectfully ask for the proposed new entrance exit to be moved further west and transition to an entrance only to the shopping center development to promote one-way traffic flow through the shopping center and to provide traffic relief for Arbor Manors residents. As you can understand, having those two entrances really close together, exiting from Arbor Manors onto Sandy Lake, and this one 30, 40 feet up, we're going to be competing for those very few openings to get across onto Sandy Lake, westbound and eastbound for that very congested area already. I'm sure that a lot of our neighbors will speak to this tonight under their 5 minutes, but there's been a lot of accidents there. The U-turn signs don't work. They're not enforced. There are people doing U-turns there all day long, causing further issues for us trying to get out into the community from our neighborhood. Third, I respectfully request a traffic study be performed officially. As item number 6 stated, it was in their minds. They were thinking this was an issue. I think there needs to be some legitimate traffic study being performed, as other members of our community will probably reinforce tonight, so that the best solution can be selected to reduce the traffic impact to Arbor Manors residents who are already challenged entering and exiting our community off of Sandy Lake, east and westbound. Traffic entering and exiting onto Denton Tap from West Braywood should also be analyzed as the only other egress point to get out of our community. Lastly, I request that the number of new trees planted between the back of the new building and the parking and the homes in Arbor Manors be increased in density to provide more natural visual and sound barrier for the residents most affected by this construction. So I think since the P&Z, they've come back with additional trees. I think that's a great move. I think more density and maybe keeping a lot of the beautiful trees there would be even better. Those are natural trees. They've been there for years and years before we were there. So furthermore, I appreciate your considerations from what I've said tonight. I think our video member said a lot of these things more eloquently, but I would be willing to answer any questions I can as the president of the HOA with our formal petition for you today. And again, resident since 2010, so appreciate it.
Thank you. Hold on.
You can't answer me a question? Okay. Well, we can talk later then.
Yes, that is correct. Thank you. I wanted to make one comment. So we do have 60 minutes for against. There were 25 people that signed up, so you can quickly do the math and figure out there will not be enough time for everyone. So what I would recommend is there are a few that have the same address listed on here. You may want to combine comments or, to give everybody a chance. You're certainly welcome. We will go down the line to get to as many people as we can, but just give you fair warning, the math doesn't work. So just be aware of that. Next on the list is Chris Bowers. Name and address, please.
Chris Bowers, 1316 Village Creek Drive, Plano, Texas, Suster Law Group. I represent Vishy Subramanyam, and he, on behalf of several of his neighbors, have retained me a few days ago to represent them here today. They have several serious concerns about this request. Vishy and his wife own Lot 3 on that drawing directly south of the development. They believe that this request, if granted, will lower their property values for several reasons. First, the buffer between the development and the neighborhood is far too small. That proposed buffer is now only 20 feet wide, but a restaurant is an intense use of retail commercial property, and you've been told that the parking requirement, for example, is 1 to 100 for a restaurant. And when you're dealing with a single-family property adjacent to that, that buffer should be much wider. And I think the original concept plan had it right, or at least close to right. And there are ways to do that. For example, you could lower the landscaping at the front of the development. And I realize that may not be the Coppell general standard, but this is a planned development district, which is a flexible custom designed district. And so I would urge you to give more landscaping to the back and less to the front as a way to help these neighbors. We also request that you protect the significant trees in the buffer zone and that you shield the HVAC units, which will be on top of the building, from the neighborhood by perhaps some sort of parapet wall or something similar so that it buffers the noise from those units. Second reason that the neighbors have concerns is that they believe that the restaurant is not compatible with single-family homes. Restaurants bring noise, smells, and rodents. because you have food preparation going on, and then food consumption, and then food disposal. It should not be allowed next to single-family homes. You see some of that on Lower Greenville, for example, in Dallas, and it has been a problem for decades. But if this council is inclined to grant a restaurant next to single-family homes, it should put conditions on it, including no outdoor patio. We were told at the P&Z meeting that the patio would be maybe a picnic table. But over time, it might be outdoor dining, and so we ask that you prohibit it. No outdoor music should be allowed. It should not be allowed to operate after 9 o'clock at night, and you should prohibit a drive-through. We understand that there's no drive-through proposed at the moment, but over time, restaurants can morph. We also ask that you limit the hours of trash pickup to none after 9 o'clock at night, and only to begin after 7 o'clock in the morning. Third, we believe that this development creates traffic safety issues, and that's why that commissioner made a request that staff look at it more. In particular, the east driveway is much too close to Arbor Manors Drive, and having those two driveways so close to each other is going to create accidents. There are two other issues I would raise. First, the notice for this zoning hearing is insufficient as a matter of state law. The Dallas Court of Appeals in the East Village case said the general rule is that the notice is sufficient if it reasonably apprises those for whom it was intended of the nature of the pending proposal to the extent that they can determine whether they should be present at the hearing. Here, you heard that it was a proposal on PD 214 R2 to R10. And Councilmember Matthew asked, well, what does that mean? You can't tell from that notice what it means. And the notice did go on to say, well, it's a development of a 14,480 square foot commercial area and patio area, but it doesn't tell you that it's adding a restaurant use, which is currently prohibited by that PD. The notice doesn't tell you that the buffer zone's being changed. Notices should put people on notice so that they know whether they care to be here. But even with that insufficient notice, many people are here. I would suggest even more were here if that notice told the residents more. And second, or the other point I would raise is we don't believe that this proposal is consistent with the comprehensive plan. It talks about, in Pillar 3, it calls for appropriate and context-sensitive development, and that is not what you have at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next name on the list, I'm having trouble reading the letters, actually. It looks like the last name, CTPJEE maybe, but the address is 148 Amberwood. Does that sound? You're done? Okay. You have been satisfied, I should say. Is that right? Okay.
I think we should
Okay.
get more than an hour, so they're
Okay.
visiting more people. The other time was less, because there was only one representation.
The next one, the next two, in fact, are from 126 Wild Plum Drive. There's actually two entries here, Vishy and Shanti.
Yeah.
I would like some time and have some different points.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you go ahead first.
Name and address, please.
Vishy Subramaniam, 126 Wild Plum Drive.
I'm Shanti Subramaniam, 126 Wild Plum Drive. And we are in the...
Excuse me, just one moment. If we can have one speaker at a time, please. So that way we can ensure you each have your 5 minutes.
We'll take your
Thank
time.
you.
Thanks.
Sure, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Vishy Subramaniam. I'm a resident of Arbor Manors community, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Our community is not opposed to development, and we appreciate the work that goes into planning and review. What we are asking is for responsible development that
Mayor
is...
Pro Tem, I'm so sorry to interrupt. I'm going to call a point of privilege. Can you stop the time? Can you put the microphone closer to your mouth? I cannot hear you, sir, and I am so sorry to interrupt.
That's okay. Can you hear me now?
That's much better. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I can speak louder, but anyway, sorry about that. I have a question that I want to ask before I continue. Is that okay? Can I give a handout to you folks?
You can give anything you would like to Secretary, City Secretary. I will say there is no dialogue back and forth between council, so.
Thank you.
Thanks.
First, with respect to the building placement and buffering, the detailed site plan shows the proposed building position very close to our homes. Our home is the lot 3 on that plan. 3. Okay, we respectfully request that the structure be shifted further north towards the Sandy Lake Road to increase the southern buffer between our home and the new building. If needed, parking can be relocated to the rear of the site, and we are fine with that, and it can be limited to employees. This is what is happening on the other side towards Peachtree and the and McDonald's and other places on the other side of our development. These adjustments would definitely reduce noise, light, and visual impact in a meaningful way. Secondly, the traffic safety warrants more attention. During the P&Z hearing, it was stated on the record that no traffic study has been conducted for this project. Given that the crash data from the Texas Department of Transportation already identifies the Sandy Lake and Denton Tap exits as high-risk locations, proceeding without the formal traffic and signal study leaves an important gap. Just for clarity, the motion to approve included the staff conditions that the traffic issues be looked at. We respectfully request that a full traffic study be completed before this project moves forward. This handout here basically shows the 2 exits out of the community. If you see, this is the main intersection between Sandy Lake and Denton Tap, and the entrance out of our house to the new development is in this area. And you can see the traffic light here. There is no traffic light. It's marked red here and it's marked red here. These are the 2 entrances and exits to our community, and it's already marked as to be dangerous. The other thing is there is a proposed driveway approximately 100 feet to the west of our Arbor Manus Drive. At about 40 miles per hour, a vehicle travels the distance in less than 1.7 seconds. There is really no reaction time for drivers or residents entering or exiting our neighborhood. We ask that this driveway be moved further west to reduce the safety risk. Third, we request that the outdoor patio be removed and that restaurant use be prohibited. At least I can ask, so I'm asking. Food preparation, consumption, and disposal creates predictable noise and odor impacts that are not compatible with our homes located adjacent to the site. Last but not the least, we ask for stronger commitments to landscaping and tree preservation. All existing mature trees within the southern setback should be retained, and additional trees should be planted on the southern boundary. According to the landscaping plan, what I checked, it's only shrubs that are on the southern perimeter. Although she did mention that there is a plan to add more trees there. But the current landscaping plan that was distributed clearly shows only shrubs. Finally, and last and most importantly, we respectfully request that the developer formally meet with the surrounding community before final approval. One of the council members did ask that question to the developer. Many of these concerns that I've outlined tonight are solvable through direct conversation, transparency, and collaboration. A meeting between the developer and the nearby residents would allow for practical solutions, shared understanding, and a project that better serves both the city and the neighborhood. Collaboration at this stage can prevent conflict later and lead to a better long-term outcome for everyone involved. Thank you for your time, your service, and for listening to me. Thank you.
Name and address, please.
I'm Shanti Subramaniam from 126 Wild Plum, and our property is one whose backyard is directly behind the proposed development. I love Coppell. I want to see the city be safe, and be a welcoming place for all of us to call home. The proposed development was zoned initially in 2006, with changes made and approved in 2007. And that changed it to single-family homes from townhomes, but I'm not exactly sure, but that was change. The traffic on Sandy Lake has increased significantly from 2006 to today. From the data that I've gathered, it was about 8,000 vehicles per day in 2006, going to 12,000 in 2016 and 17,000 today, and projected to be 53,000 vehicles in 2030. That's 4 years from now. That's a 300% increase. If we put this commercial development, it's going to cause huge issues for our community trying to get in and out of our homes. And both sides of our community have unsafe exits. And we ask that something be done, and adding more of this, adding this commercial development, although it was zoned, things changed. 2006 to 2026 is a huge amount of time. Things change, and we as people need to look at what has changed and make different decisions based on what is right for our community, not just do what was planned and approved then. Throughout our country, we look at what has changed and try to change with that. This neighborhood will experience increased traffic. It'll lead to problems with our property values, problems with safety, problems with additional people who come from the street into our neighborhood and use it as a thoroughfare. We already have issues with cars doing that and coming through our neighborhood. We have issues with other people coming through our neighborhood and using the entrance and exit to save time. So I respectfully ask that you please look into the traffic, the projections, and these projections are based on this commercial development coming into place. It is not going to be safe. We ask for, if the development has to be going ahead as it is, by changing the usage of the property and preventing restaurants, which are much higher traffic, it'll in some ways try to reduce that load on the traffic and increase safety as best as we can given the situation. If we have an increased buffer zone, that will also help the homes that are directly behind this property. We want to preserve the trees. That not only keeps the visual beauty, but also reduces the noise. We appreciate the increased amount of trees that the developer is proposing to put, but again, it will take time. So another ask is seeing if we can have an increased height of the wall to reduce the noise in our the homes, especially those that are adjacent to that. It'll take years for those trees to provide any privacy. By moving the building further away, it'll also increase safety for the houses directly behind. The noise will be further away. And we also, I ask for the patio to be removed because that's, again, potential noise, or at least that there be no external music outside the building. Again, just as others have asked, is it possible to not only relocate, but is it possible to remove that proposed exit and entrance to the commercial property from Sandy Lake and just keep a single one near Andy's? This will, and put a traffic light there. By having a traffic light, you at least give that delay for people getting out of the neighborhood to safely turn left. And for those who want to turn into the neighborhood, having a pause in traffic to be able to turn into the neighborhood. So it's a big safety concern with the amount of increased traffic and not having a traffic study and appropriate safety mechanisms such as a traffic light being put to allow safe passage into and out of the neighborhood. And again, if we limit the types of commercial entities, it'll help. And I think I'm out of time. Thank you very much for your time listening, and I just want to keep our neighborhood safe and Coppell a great place to live. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next name on the list, I believe this is Monica Panda. Name and address, please.
Monica Panda, can you hear me?
Yes.
114 Arbor Manors Drive. I am an original resident. I bring to you a little bit different perspective. I am the corner house of the neighborhood. So I'm already living next to businesses and retails for the last 14 years. And all of the concerns shared are very valid. I'm going to focus on 3 T's: trees, traffic, and trash. But first, I'm going to share my experience. So the dumpster is there, it's enclosed, but the trash truck shows up at 4 or 5 a.m. in the morning. They do not wait until light. It's loud, it's got lights that flashes into my neighbors and my bedroom. So we have seen it, we have lived it, we are living through it. And we have made complaints, right? So that does not, I don't know how to control that, but that needs to be a protection. So I think one of the things that we're looking at you guys for is that you provide us those protections. We moved here for schools, we stayed here for the city, and we'd like to still, be here for the oasis we chose to stay in. And if these protections are not put in right now, it's now or never, right? So we've made multiple complaints, and I don't know how hard it is to control that, or if there needs to be some sort of a protection for us there. As far as the noise, I heard the developers say, well, the noise is towards the front of the establishment. Not true. We have Little Caesars, we have Mathnasium. Mathnasium barely makes any noise, but there's a laundry. Their doors are forever open. They're not required to be open back doors by the code enforcement, I guess whatever the code is, but they are forever open. I have called the city multiple times. They respond really quickly, but do the businesses care? Not really. They do it, they close it today, and the next day they're open again. So all this wonderful odors, the noise, the trash. So there is a dumpster, yet they choose to put the trash on their back door. Why? Because they can. No one's disciplining them. I had called in, someone had 9 trash bags, Little Caesars did, a few days ago, and it was just sitting there for days. With the summer approaching, that's going to be a nightmare. So we are thinking of a best case scenario, but I'm telling you what's really happening, right? And so I would like you to consider all of this before any decision is made on what kind of businesses should move in there. As far as the property values, I am testament. We tried to sell our house in 2020. The middle of COVID, peak selling season, did not sell. What was the main concern? I think the biggest thing that we heard was, oh, it's right next to all these establishments, there's trash, there's noise, there's mice, thanks to McDonald's also. And now that there's construction happening, so there's a constant flux. Like, we can't be guaranteed of the tranquility that we came here for, right? So how do we protect all of that is what I bring to you. And I'm looking for, you for all of you to look out for us to bring those protections. Traffic is a nightmare. The U-turn sign does not work. There's 3 kind of violators. One, who will brazenly make the U-turn. Second, who will come inside, make the whole circle, go out. Third, who will be there at the entrance and make a U-turn. Go figure. And I always have to look and see behind, who is behind me? Can I back out of my driveway? It's not safe. And if you add to it the complexity of another exit, I think we really need a traffic impact analysis. There is no other way. It may not show up as, I don't know what the criteria for the P&Z Commission is to commission one, but I'm sure the residents will be happy to pull in and get one done if the developer is not, because we are really, really concerned about that traffic. And this is without all of that. The trees, we talked about the oasis in the Coppell 2020 vision, right? This was our oasis. I understand that this was, always, it was supposed to be commercial, and that's fine. But if for every tree that is being removed, they're all mature trees, right? I would request the developer to donate to the city of Coppell 10 trees so that they can be planted elsewhere. So we are not at a net negative in terms of trees and something of that nature. The traffic is, like I said, a big concern. Trash is the third one. I'm not sure what protection we need to put into place, but the idea of having a dumpster in the end, and you think all of them will go to that dumpster at a certain commission time and leave their trash there, I haven't seen that happening. And the one next to me is a much smaller retail strip. It's just Mathnasium, there's the Little Caesars, and then there's the laundry. So for us to think that unless we put certain protections in place that are written and then they have to enforce, I don't see this happening in the best case scenario. Would we want this to happen? Of course. But we always plan for the worst and hope for the best. So that's my appeal to you. I appreciate you all giving us this time, and thank you.
Thank you very much. The next name, and actually the next couple of names come from the same address just by chance. Ram Narayam.
Ram is skipping, and I'm the next one from the same address.
You're going to combine them?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. That would be great. Thank you very much.
Just to save the time.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
I'm sorry, just your name and address, just for the record.
Jayapriya, 130 Wild Plum Drive.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to extend what my neighbor just said. I'm here to express the concern regarding the proposed development. While I understand and I appreciate the need for the growth, but I just want you to equally consider and ensure the balanced life, the quality of the life for the residents who are already living there. Given the close proximity, and my house is just like Shanti and Vishy, we are the fourth lot just beside the development. With all the concerns, and I know all my neighbors are going to repeat the same thing because we all have the same concerns, but I just wanted to emphasize on what my prior person, neighbor spoke, trying to ask you how you can put some conditions before the zoning approval, because this is not going to stop, and our intention is not to say no to this development. How can you exercise more control on that so that this can be done correctly? Most importantly, I would like to understand how these restrictions will be enforced. Will they be a formal conditions tied to the zoning approval? And if so, who will ensure that? Because she already said how she's raising complaints, but nothing is working for the existing ones. So how can we make sure that if we raise a complaint, who will make sure that this compliance will be kept up? I respectfully request that the council consider implementing clear, binding conditions as part of the approval process conditions that protect the nearby residents for excessive noise, traffic, and safety concerns. We are not opposed to the development, but we do ask you to be thoughtful, responsible, and respectful of the community it surrounds. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next on the list, Rama Ravi. Did I speak that right? Name and address, please.
Hi, I'm Rama, and I'm also a Wild Plum Drive resident, number 133. And I live across where my neighbors do, and I'm on the other side. However, traffic is my primary concern. I have young kids, like kids who have started driving, and they are going to leave the property and come back in their cars. And you have to account for certain teenage decision-making not being up to where our adult standards are. And it is a concern that they are driving, leaving out, and coming back in this high traffic the way it is already, and then this impact is going to be even more. So our children are living here, walking to high school, coming back, driving, living their lives here. So I'm bringing that to your attention. And is it okay if I ask him a question about the parking spots?
Well, not at this time. It's not.
Not at this time? Okay.
We'll
Well,
have to do it outside.
my concern was if the number of spots that a retail facility has is not adequate, people who come there to the restaurant or anything in the night, where they have to spend like an hour, sit there, eat, and then leave. If parking is an issue, we do run the risk where they can come inside Arbor Manors and park in our community. We don't know, we are residents, and we don't know these people, and we don't know, what it can bring to our community. And we are being used as a thoroughfare. We just know it from the way they speed through the community, in and out, from one entrance through the other. And we can understand that to wait at the light to clear at Denton Tap is so long, they are saving themselves some time and they're rushing through us, and we get that too. But if people start using us as an alternative parking spot, then Wild Plum will get hit first. So I just wanted to raise that concern too. And of course, I'm very supportive of what all my neighbors have said thus far. It's all valid and it's reasonable, and we are asking for some help, consideration, and support to make sure when this development comes, we can continue to live the way we have been doing and won't be a hindrance to us. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next name, Nilesh Pagare. Name and address, please.
Nilesh Pagare, 140 Juniper Drive. Okay. Before my time starts, may I request Mr. Boswell to bring the map where it shows all shopping complexes. Not this one. Yeah, right here. Okay. So I have not printed many pictures like my friend Vishy. This is the parking lot. Okay. This is the parking lot planned with trees and towards the wall on the first shopping complex. Right. This is the wall where my neighbor Monica lives. Okay. This is her house and the wall, which is the rear of the shopping complex. This picture, looking at the same place, and you can see the 20 feet, the distance, right? It's a setback of city, which is city permitted this builder on this side to maintain greenery. If you look at it, it's a piece of junk. Okay? There's only one tree, and the same view when you looked at it from the side, from the resident's patio, it's junk. That's why she stopped suffering. She couldn't find buyer. Now, same place. If you look at it from the same house, looking towards the new property here, right? You see the greeneries? Now that's going to be gone. And the junk wall that we have is going to be on the other side, where we as a neighbor, not just the residents living next to that wall, we as a neighbor have pride about having this greenery. It's going to be gone. Now, this picture, what I'm showing you, is the picture from my own house, right? This is what we see as a greenery, and that's what we liked when we bought the house. And this greenery, this builder wants to take it down. And what they want us to see? The sprout from my place, right? They want to take the greenery down. 10 years back, kids of my friend here, from our neighbor, they came to you, they signed the papers to preserve these trees. And you are right now giving permission for this builder to take down those trees. Okay? Now, I'm going to show you traffic pictures. This is 6 p.m., heading east on the Sandy Lake, okay? On the right side of Arbor Manor Drive. This picture, straight looking into the sprout. And if you can see, there is an exit coming inside from this sprout mall. Okay? When we try to take right or left, the cars across the street straight glaze in our eyes. Okay? Now, so that's another picture there. And now, this is the most important picture I would like you to see. Pay attention to this, please. This is coming from westbound towards east. Now, the builder is proposing the exit, bi-directional exit, 100 feet away from here. What's going to happen? The red spot is going to turn into death zone, okay? And the data that Ms. Boswell earlier presented to you about survey is incorrect. I have her email from this afternoon. There were 27 people contacted, 27 addresses for 8 homes and 2 businesses. 27 addresses are contacted. For what purpose? And for 800 feet, 153 people are contacted, while she presented only 120. So the process of even doing survey is wrong. The P&Z is wrong. There is no communication, there is no interaction with neighbors. Whether we live next to the wall or other way around the corner, every resident is impacted because we go in and out of both junctions. So this cannot be ignored. okay? I cannot use beautiful legal terms here, but point is, we need to preserve. When we moved here in 2015, we saw 2020 vision. Our kids were 3.5 years old, right? And it was like, wow, we are welcomed as a resident, and we have some businesses. Come 5 years, we see 2030 vision. Another 5 years, 2040 vision. So it looks like city somewhere is changing the vision too far and going towards the property tax coming from businesses and ignoring residents. Businesses exist for residents, not other way around. Now the question to all of you is the property tax greater than the life of your resident? And that's where I'll stop. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next name I am having trouble reading. Last name may be Seller. It's 140 Realtree. I'm not even sure. Peachtree. You're Skip? Just because I mispronounced your name? Apologies. Asim Kohli? Okay. Last name Pardilla, is that right? 147 Juniper. Did I get that right? Pass? All right. Next page. Genevieve,
Yes,
you're next.
I didn't sign up to speak, but I can, I mean,
But 148 Amberwood, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, well, it's up to you. Would you like to speak or not? Come on down.
Yeah, he's got it. I just don't know how to.
Name and address, please.
Genevieve Mukherjee, 148 Amberwood Drive. And, forgive me, I signed up to protest protest all of the proceedings that were proposed, but I didn't intend to speak. So I just want to say that I completely, wholeheartedly endorse the concerns expressed by my neighbors. Very, very concerned about the traffic situation. Cannot express the concerns any more than have already been expressed. We have teenagers in the community. We have little ones in the community that ride their tricycles in the community. We don't want. Already we have the thoroughfare, our neighborhood being treated as a thoroughfare with 2 exits and people coming in and out, zipping through there. It's already very dangerous for our residents. And us being an integral part of Coppell and being part of the community we've been here, my husband and I, for 30 years now. We built 2 homes in Coppell, and we've never seen anything like this. So my thing is, with each of our homes in that residential area we call home, every one of those homes are upwards of $500,000 in terms of their property value. And, you can just compute the property taxes that each of us is paying up. And the least we're expecting in return is the reason we came here was for the school districts, for the neat little community that Coppell was, the closeness to the airport, to 121, to 75, just any other intersection. All of those things attracted us, right? Now, what is it that we can do to keep that same sentiment alive for all of us going? We want our children living here. They're going to go to high school. Hopefully they will live to go through high school. With all of this happening, we're really concerned. So don't want to ramble, just want to make the points that my neighbors already have very eloquently. Can't say anymore. It's just a beseeching, it's like a plea. Use your good sense, use your compassion, use your intellect, and then come to help us out, do the best you can. We really appreciate your service. It takes a lot to come up and serve, take the time out of your day. So really appreciate that and looking for your support going forward. Thank you for the time, even though I didn't intend to speak initially. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. The next name, last name, I believe, is Singh. 138 Braywood. Say again?
No.
Braywood.
I did it on 7 by mistake. So
He signed up over here later.
Oh, yeah, he's actually,
He signed up on both of them?
he signed up here. That's this name, isn't it?
Oh, okay.
Isn't that name? Already spoken.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah.
He had signed up for the public session, and we had told him we'll call him back when we are talking agenda item number 11. So
Hussein? Yes. No, I don't think that's Hussein. No, 138 Braywood. 138 Braywood is the address. Skip? Teo Yang? Is that? Skip? Okay. Last name Briswall, 139 Braywood. Name and address, please.
139 West Braywood Drive, Coppell, Texas. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak here today. Thank you, everybody. So I think the main concern that we have is like a traffic. I'll start with a small story. I have actually twins who are in the college right now. So when I used to go and drop them in school, my daughter will be looking at left, my son will be looking at the right, and I'll be looking at the front because there is a three-way traffic red from our subdivision, right? So the cars are coming like 40, 45 miles per hour, speed limit, right? So it's very hard for us to take a left turn going to the Sandy Lake. So that's the biggest concern in our subdivision. Everybody experienced that, right? Other thing is like the mature tree. My daughter actually in the college, when she was in a elementary school, she collected more than 100 signatures to protect the trees. So that is one of the concerns. I was talking to my daughter, said, why don't you go get a signature from your subdivision and just put it in the city council? They will definitely going to listen it. That happened maybe 13 years back. So why can't we listen that, right? So other thing is like Monica said, she's one of my friend's wife. Right? So we have seen her house. The amount of pressure that they have, all the dirts are coming, and they have a shopping complex next to their house, and they were trying to sell their house, but they could not do it. It is unfortunate, right? Because we were allowing commercial business to come there, not just the commercial business, but like restaurants, which is kind of really annoying for everyone. So I would request everybody to just take a decision, try to consider it, what can be done, how we can live happily. And other things like we have seen few times when we take the left turn, there is many accidents happen recently. So the traffic study needs to be done. So that's the first priority. It has to be done by maybe an authority who can give the proper records to us. So that's what I wanted to say. But I think you guys will be considering our request. Everybody's here to just protest it. We are not protesting that, okay, hey, you are not going to put that business there. But try to do something. Our mayor is actually in our HOA member. So we had a call before, and we were trying to tell them, is it possible to put a traffic light somewhere next to the Andes? They said, no, this cannot be done because Sandy Lake to Andes, the distance is very less. So this cannot be done in there. So what can be done? Can we put a stop sign? Can you put maybe some flashing light during the peak business hour where we can take a turn or the kids can go to school without any impact? So it's a kind of life and death situation. So we would request you to consider our objection that we are bringing it here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Last name, Mavaram. On Tealwood, 235 Tealwood. Left, okay. All right.
Too late past his bedtime.
Short timer. Next name, Deepti Kudyate. Skip, you're good. All right. Monica Sethi. Skip. I cannot read the letter. Last name, Gotour, is actually the next two from Wild Plum, 133 Wild Plum.
Yeah, that's us. We have the same comments, so.
Same? Okay. Both, skip both? Yes. Very good. All right. And then these two, so Mohammed Hussein. Name and address, please. Thank you.
138 Wild Plum Drive, Coppell, and number 6 house. So it's right behind the proposed development. Thank you for listening to me. And I'm just going to say my practical experiences. So I have kids going to middle school. I drive them to school. And the school actually starts at 7:50. Okay? I have to leave home by 7. And if you consider the straight distance, it's not even 8-9 minutes drive. But that's how busy that junction is, leaving from my home, going through that exit to the Sandy Lake Road. And it's bumper to bumper traffic. Nobody gives space. Nobody is even nice, polite. Everybody is trying to push over each other at that time. And turning left is next to impossible because, first of all, the cars from the left side is not going to stop. And even if they stop at the red sign, and if you can squeeze through, the cars on the other side is going to come and hit you like crazy. And there has been lot of accidents in that junction, and including the Sandy Lake and the Denton Tap junction. The other thing I want to say here is that Denton Tap is a 2-lane road. Denton Tap is a 3-lane road, but Sandy Lake is a 2-lane road. It's very narrow. And when you have a commercial huge spot like Sprout and all these things on the other side, that puts a lot of pressure on this road. So it becomes very difficult. And same thing in the evening. Turning back into the neighborhood is very difficult. So I take the long route, go all the way down, and take the other way in and curve back around. The final thing, I really feel sad for the lady here whose home is next to the mathnasium. If you guys have time, I would request you to go and see that parking lot, 4 or 5 p.m. in the evening. You can go in, you cannot come out. The whole place is jam-packed. And one other thing I'm going to tell you is that the people whose kids go to the mathnasium, they actually come inside our neighborhood and park in our neighborhood because there is no parking there. And that is a fact. So we see all these cars in our neighborhood and we don't know whose cars they are. And so it becomes so hard and difficult traffic-wise. So without a proper traffic, study, this thing is not appropriate. The final thing is, I do think that the proposed development, should be in the front side, not on the back side. Because that will give us a lot of, if they put the parking lot on the back side, that gives us at least some buffer space, some trees and stuff like that. And I do believe that there should be just one exit and entrance to that lot. Because I don't know how the second exit will be very close to Sandy Lake, our exit, and that already is a very dangerous spot. And that's all I'm going to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. One more name on the list, but I believe this person spoke earlier. It's 148 Amberwood. Okay, sure. Oh yeah, you passed, but you're now you're coming back.
Yeah, I'm coming back. Thank you. I wanted everyone to have their chance to. My name is Dave Mukherjee, 148 Amberwood. I wanted everyone else to have their say. They've got a lot of more important concerns than. We live in the interior part of Arbor Manors, And, you would imagine that we would not be affected by the commercial development that's happening there, but that's not true. Everyone's spoken about the traffic. 10, 15 years ago, I noticed this. We in Arbor Manors are a prime location for through traffic. If someone wants to get to Sandy Lake and they're on Denton Tap, they cut through our neighborhood. If they're on Sandy Lake and they want to get to Denton Tap, they cut through our neighborhood. They speed through our neighborhood. They run our stop signs. This evening, when I was coming back home, there was a patrol car which stopped a person trying to zip through our neighborhood. But right next to the police patrol car, there's another person who came through, broke through the U-turn, the illegal U-turn, came into our neighborhood, looped around, and I have a neighbor right here sitting right behind me whose car just a few weeks ago was rammed, sideswiped, and it was a hit and run, and they just went away. So we are having accidents in our neighborhood. We get a whole bunch of, drive-through traffic. You've heard about people illegal parking. We are choked on both entry and exit points on Denton Tap and on Sandy Lake. We have children who are jeopardized by this. We have old people who walk. I know I walk my dog for the last 10, 15 years. I'm almost run over almost every other day because of all this traffic. Commercial, if you look at our neighborhood, on both edges of Denton Tap and on Sandy Lake, we are having all sorts of high traffic establishments. 151 Cafe, we had McDonald's before. We have an Italian restaurant. We have Einstein's Bagels. We have all those. And now we're going to have more restaurants around the site. It's going to be a nightmare scenario. So I want to bring this to your attention. Traffic is going to be a big issue. I think we're going to have safety and crime issues. But I just wanted to bring that up to support everyone else here as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I will applaud you with the remote. We got right under, I think we've got 1 minute to spare, and we got everybody on the list. Yes, ma'am.
Can I make one more point? I probably need a minute.
We're so close. Yes, you can. If you could make it brief, if that's
Yes,
all right.
very, very quick. Do you need my name?
Yes, name and address again.
Shanti Subramaniam, 126 Wild Plum Drive. And the point I wanted to make about this left turn that we have all been talking about is when you stay there in your vehicle trying to make a left turn, if there's one big vehicle in front of you trying to turn into Sprouts, you have no visibility as to what's coming on the other two lanes. And if it's a big vehicle or there's multiple vehicles, you have zero visibility. What I have to do is wait and see, okay, if there's one car, then I'm going to wait and try to see way back if I can find if there's any more light or anything coming if it's night. It's a big safety issue. We just have to hope that, okay, we're catching a gap. And if you add one more exit just 100 feet away, think about the impact. That's really what I'm very concerned about, because you'll just get hit right on the side at a high speed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for combining. We got through the whole list, so thank you for combining. Everybody had the opportunity to speak, so I appreciate that. So with that, I will turn it back for additional comments from council or a motion. Councilor Matthew.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. For the record, this is my first time talking about this issue. For this agenda item, I just wanted to make sure that I didn't speak about this issue prior to this. So, Mayor Pro Tem, I'm in favor of applicant meeting with the residents and keep the public hearing open until the next meeting.
Well, I guess I will ask you, are you making a motion to such? I guess we need a motion if that's going to happen.
Were you just saying that in general that you were thinking about it?
Or do you want to continue to discuss?
I would like to make a motion, yes.
So the motion is to, is the right word table?
Let's look at Attorney Bob.
Oh, yeah, Attorney Bob.
The motion would be to continue the public hearing to May 14th, is that right?
May 12th? April 28th is the next meeting.
Okay.
April 28th is
Okay,
the
if
next
that's when you want to do it, is that going to give everybody enough time to get done
yeah,
what needs to get done?
Well, that's, I guess before we have discussion, that's the motion he's trying to make, correct?
Correct.
Or continue to.
Motion to continue the public
Continue the
hearing
public
to a
hearing.
date certain, so we don't have to re-notice it.
Okay, so that's the motion that's on the table. Is there?
Mayor Pro Tem?
Put a date? Is that what date do you want to continue it to?
I will ask the applicant how many weeks that, I also should ask the residents too, right? In 2 weeks is enough?
Yeah.
Not enough?
I've counted 15 different conditions, so if that's going to give them time to, if they want to talk about those 15 things, I might suggest it.
Perhaps a month?
Yeah, I would think.
Oh, I don't
But
have
I
calendars.
will, it's your meeting and you get to make those
May.
choices, but I would think it might take a month.
So it'll be April 28th or May 12th. You're seconding?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. You have, okay, well, let me get Counselor. So we need to pick a date. If we want to continue it, if we make a motion, it'd be May 12th or I guess April
He asked you a question,
Can I,
City
let
manager.
me, yeah. Because of the state law and what has to happen, the packet for April 28th goes out next Friday. So I doubt seriously that they're going to meet between now and next Friday and get us information on whatever it is that they come up with.
So May 12th would
So
be
I
the
would
earliest.
suggest that you not offer April 28th as the date.
Thank you for the clarification. So I would propose May 12th, Tuesday.
Okay, so the motion on the table is to continue the public hearing until May 12th. Is there a second?
Yes.
Counselor Hill is seconded.
In discussion after.
Yeah, we have discussion
on this
afterwards.
item. Do you want to discuss?
Yes, I did.
Okay, well, Counselor, you go right ahead. Counselor Walker.
Okay, yeah, I don't favor the motion as phrased. You know, what I'm hearing from everyone is, I'm not hearing an absolute no, I'm just hearing a not this, which is surprising, given the problems that have been described, quite frankly. I think we have a relatively generous developer who's trying to be conscientious and make this work, and I think we've seen we have a relatively generous neighborhood that's put up with a lot and is still trying to make it work. I have several problems with this. I'm not an arborist, although I probably could be. I've got enough trees. In my experience, when you add a foundation for a structure onto an established root system, you kill the tree. It doesn't happen in 6 months, but the risk is definitely there. So even the trees that are left in the buffer behind the building, with the compression of that foundation on that root structure, in my opinion, you're risking that the trees that you're trying to save will die anyways. I would rather than see the public hearing continued, I would rather just deny this and let this developer who's trying to do the right thing with respect to a private property owner that has a right to develop that property, to work with this neighborhood to find something that works. But I just don't see that this is it. With respect to the traffic study, and again, I don't know if anyone has any interest in this at all, but I would like to ask staff to work with the HOA board and have that HOA board represent the neighborhood to see about having road bumps installed on that street and having a traffic signal installed at Braywood. I will confess, I've been on a one-man mission to try to keep that Melt Creamery open. And when I'm trying to turn left onto Sandy Lake on Braywood at lunchtime, it's hairy. I mean, it's a very difficult thing, and it's one of the intersections that I've waited at longer to try to make that left turn to go north than any other intersection I can think of as I sit here. And twice, I'm kind of dating how many times I've been, twice, I've just given up and turned south because it just wasn't possible. And this is like at 1 p.m., right, at the end of the lunch hour when it's not even busy. So I think the traffic issues are very real. I think they're a very real concern, and that does concern me with respect to this application.
And just to interrupt real quick, we do have a motion on the table, so we can address the motion. I mean, you can speak about the merits of the case and everything at the right time, but
okay.
Do you have comments, I guess, specifically about the motion that's on the table?
For all these reasons, I would rather
Not
deny
continue.
this and give the developer time to work with the neighbors to redo it and to come up with something that everyone is a little bit more comfortable living with and working with staff in tandem to see about the traffic issues. And I don't think deferring it to an artificial meeting date gives anyone the chance to get that done in a meaningful way. So for that reason, I would oppose the motion on the table.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Hinojosa Smith.
Well, I think Attorney Bob's going to tell me to stop speaking because I would. I have a new name. I would probably.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I would echo Councilmember Walker, and I would rather see. I would rather deny this and have this done right than to postpone it. You want us to go? Okay, we'll go to executive session. Okay, I'm calling an executive session
We will
because that's what he said to do.
we will recess into executive session. We will be back momentarily. Thank you for your patience. We have just finished at 10:41. We went into an executive session to consult with our attorney pursuant to Local Government Code 551071. At 11:12, we have returned out of executive session back into regular session. And with that, Councilor Hill.
Yes, I would like to retract my second of Councilman Matthews' motion.
I'm going to restate the motion. I'm in favor of keeping the public hearing open and the public until April 28th, Tuesday.
All right, we have a motion to continue the public hearing until April 28th. Do we have a second? Councilor Hill has a second. Discussion on this item. Any? All right, all in favor?
Walker, Hinojosa Smith, Carroll, Nevels, Prem Kumar, Matthew, Hill. None opposed, motion carries.
All right, thank you. So, yeah, I mean, there's no reason. Councilor Hinojosa Smith.
I'm just going to make a quick comment and say, I know it's really late, but I just wanted to thank all the residents for coming and for speaking and for identifying ways to get to yes in a productive way. And thank you to the applicant for being willing to have that conversation and continuing this process. So thank you all for being here.
All right, thank you. That's item 11. We will get the mayor. Do we know where he went?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Just a question.
Hold on.
So the public hearing is continuing to be open, so it will be continued, and we will discuss this again at the April 28th meeting. So the public hearing, there's not been a vote taken on the actual land use case. And we will continue the public hearing in 2 weeks.
Do we have an option to ask a question?
No.
We can talk to Attorney Bob. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay.
Welcome back, Mayor.
Thank you for calling.
They need clarity.
All the
people need clarity.
They don't understand the process.
Right.
Mayor, I hand you back the gavel. Everything's in perfect shape.
We are up to item 12, which is a public hearing, so I will open the public hearing. And this is to consider approval of Plan Development 296 Revised Light Industrial PD 296 R-LI, a zoning change request from PD 296 LI Plan Development 296 Light Industrial and LI Light Industrial to PD 296 R-LI Plan Development 296 Revised Light Industrial, to add a parking lot south of the existing plan development and update the existing site plan for a new 37,699 square foot, 3-story professional office building on approximately 13 acres of land located on the west side of Creekview Drive, approximately 525 feet north of Bethel Road. Ms. Boswell.
Good evening, Mayor. This is item 12. So all of this property was once owned by the Fellowship Church. A portion was sold to Samaritan's Purse and developed in 2018 as their office warehouse. This is an expansion of the Samaritan Purse site. There are two main changes. The first being the addition of a new 3-story office building to the northern portion of the site. The location of the new building necessitated the elimination of existing parking spaces and the relocation of a fire lane. The new building's first floor will contain a large break room, an area for staff devotions for 70 and guest training. The second floor will house their 30 information technology staff, and the third floor is for future growth. In order to accommodate the new building and the parking associated with it, and the parking that was lost to the new building footprint, a new parking lot area will be constructed south of the existing lot. The new parking lot is the second main change. They are platting some land to the south to accommodate the required parking. In total, they are removing 60 existing spaces, adding back 176 for a grand total of 399 spaces on site. The elevations show that the majority of the building will be brick with a small portion of it to be stucco. These are the colors and the materials they're proposing. The new 3-story building will be just under 46 feet in height. An aluminum canopy and sunscreen will be on the front of the building. In terms of building signage, they don't have anything proposed. What you're looking at is just for illustrative purposes. Any building signage will need to conform to city requirements. They are also proposing an outdoor patio area and pergola between the new and existing building for employees. So the landscape plans provided show that the site meets the minimum area requirements. Staff will be working with the applicant for tree placement along Creekview Drive, since there is a major gas easement that runs parallel to the street. Staff is requesting a condition that would allow staff to administratively approve any landscaping changes to the easement area. They are proposing 44 overstory trees and 19 accent trees in the parking area and outdoor patio area. So what you're looking at now is the proposed 3-story building. And to the left would be the outdoor patio area with the pergolas. So the new parking area and drainage pipe easement will require the existing trees to be removed. Tree mitigation fees for the removal is somewhere between $110 and about $134,000. The applicant is requesting that the fees for the tree mitigation be waived. This can only be done by City Council. In addition to this, there is a tree that is 40.3 inches, and its removal requires City Council approval. Based on our analysis, it is in fair to good condition. The tree survey lists that tree as declining in health. So if you look at it, it's the one that's circled. If that tree had to remain, they would lose about 25% of those new parking spaces. So this is a zone change request. We did send out notices, 5 within 200 feet, 1 additional courtesy notice, and we received no responses. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the request subject to the following conditions. 1, there may be additional comments during building permit and detailed engineering review. 2, a replat is required to be approved prior to engineering review and recorded prior to building permit. 3, if tree mitigation fees are not waived, that the mitigation fees be paid prior to plat recordation. 4, to allow staff to administratively approve any changes related to the landscaping in the 30-foot gas easement. 5, that all signage must comply with city ordinances. And 6, that a downstream drainage analysis will be required in order to determine whether stormwater detention is needed. That is the end of my presentation, and the applicant is here as well if you have any questions.
Thank you very much. Council, do you have any questions for Ms. Boswell? Councilmember Prem Kumar.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Boswell, how often does the City Council waive the tree removal fees? I mean, as a ratio, is it 50-50, 90-10?
I'm not aware of tree fees being mitigated.
Thank you.
Councilmember Walker.
On the 6th condition, thank you, Mayor. On the 6th condition, when we talk about the stormwater detention, is that a retaining pond?
Is to determine whether there's enough. I'll let our engineer answer this, so I don't mess it up for him.
Council, Aaron Tainer, Assistant Director, Public Works Engineering. This is just per our ordinance. We need to make sure that there's no downstream impacts. The developer provided a letter saying there should be no impacts, and so during our engineering review, we're going to need to see their analysis to prove it.
Okay, thank you for that. But if it's determined that that's incorrect and stormwater detention is needed, would we do it through a retention pond? Because it would seem to me it'd wipe out a bunch of the parking, is why I'm asking.
There are options, underground detention under parking lots,
Okay.
which is more expensive, but could be done to meet the parking as approved, if
But
necessary.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. But as things currently stand, though, all indications are that it won't be an issue.
That's our understanding from the memo we received.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, does the applicant have any comments to make, or come on down and
You waited this long.
you've been here with us this long, please come on down.
I'm gonna wake my wife up when I get home and tell her Happy New Year. I'm Greg Yancey. It's P.O. Box 1790. Good to be back. I brought Valley Ranch Baptist Church Phase 1 through here, I think, in '93. So I think this is probably my last time in this room. I should be done by now. So
Well, your name is still all over the place. I don't know about
well, I'm sorry. This is probably, I don't know of a worse 2-acre site in Coppell with the well site behind. The obvious question I think you would have is, why did you put the building where you did? Well, it's about 70 to 75 dB of noise coming from the well site constantly. They use natural gas-fired compressors to compress the gas that then goes into the pipeline. So we can improve the windows and wall insulation and get around that, but the views out the second and third floor would have been really, really bad. So then we decided to go ahead and just put the building in the existing parking lot, and someone asked in P&Z the difference in the two buildings, and this one is obviously brick and not tilt wall. We are using the same color palette exactly. The two building parapet heights are about 3 feet apart in difference, so you probably wouldn't notice a difference in height from the public right-of-way. This lot does not have sanitary sewer service and obviously not stormwater service. There's a private sewer line that fed the DCT properties now owned by Prologis at Bethel and Creekview, but it's private, and Fellowship Church did not get access rights to it when they sold that site. So really a parking lot is the highest and best use of the property. And just quickly, don't want to tie up your time. I think you've certainly all done enough tonight, but I did bring a photo, and I didn't intentionally make it where it's not flattering, but I did bring a photo of this white ash tree, and I've got enough for everyone if you don't mind if I. I didn't intentionally pick out a bad view. It looks like Encore pruned it. It is in decline, and I think I counted 6 limbs that have fallen off, and you'll see in the photo, like around 1 or 2 o'clock, you can see a large limb that's fallen down, and it's just hanging on to the tree. We did do an alternate site plan, which I'm glad to hand out to you because you can see it, but we lose 22% of the parking spaces. We lose 39 parking spaces to save that tree, and if anyone wants to see what that alternate layout looks like, I'm glad to hand these out as well. Would you care to see it? So yeah, a 2-acre site in Coppell where you lose 22% of your development. I think that might be a record down here to, I think Councilman Walker made a point earlier about the correct way to save a tree, and he's exactly right. You can't disturb the air above those root systems. We tried it when I worked for Las Colinas, and we never had one that worked. So once you adjust the grades if you're under the crown of that tree and you're adjusting grades, you're going to kill that tree. You're going to suffocate it. So to come back later, after the tree finally does decline and die 30 years from now, 40 years from now, to come back later to try to do that engineering and mobilize your contractors is really, it's going to be less than ideal to try to make your drainage work and make the paving work. But we would ask your permission to remove that tree. The arborist we sent out there twice just indicated that the tree was in decline, and so there's no telling how many years it's got left. And then regarding the question about why we requested a waiver of tree mitigation, I've actually brought this with me as well. I just took a shot out of the ordinance about the mention of religious institutions being exempt from the ordinance. And I certainly understand that just because a church may de facto be a ministry, but a ministry is not a church. I mean, there are nuances in that phrase, but if you look at the language in the ordinance, one could say that perhaps this ministry would conform to the exemption. Not that the city of Coppell has to follow the IRS, but I also brought the letter from the IRS from 2016 where Samaritan's Purse is recognized. Their 501c3 is granted because they are considered a church or a council of churches. So again, certainly don't expect the city of Coppell to agree with the IRS, but I did bring that so you could see it. I've got those as well. Thank you so much. That's the last time. Again, do appreciate you considering that, and glad to answer any questions about the development.
Thank you very much. Council, you have any questions for Mr. Yancey?
Good to see you too. Thanks for having me.
Thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Prem Kumar.
Quick question, sir, for you.
Yes, sir.
So this was probably, what, a $10-15 million development?
The original building?
The new building and the parking
Oh, yeah,
lot
you're
that-
exactly right. Yeah, it is. It's probably, I think I budgeted 13 million.
All right. Thank you.
Sure.
All right, this is a public hearing, but we did not have anybody sign up to speak for item number 12. So we will continue on and solicit any other comments from council. Councilmember from Kamar.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Boswell, will this development be considered as commercial, or will it fall under the church classification for the city?
For us, it's commercial. It's an office warehouse and an office building.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So, I've got, I think, Councilmember Walker first, and then Councilmember Matthew.
Mayor Mays, at this time I'd close the public hearing.
And I believe we had a question down from Councilmember Matthew. Do you mind?
No, I don't mind.
Pose it. Councilmember Matthew.
Thank you, Mayor. Quick question for Mary. You said this is a commercial property, which means we are able to collect property tax.
It's zone light industrial, which I would assume that we collect property taxes from.
No, the reason I'm saying is because it says IRS, the church organization is involved.
Do you guys pay? I should just ask them.
We're Dallas County exempt.
So they do not pay property taxes?
Right. That's what I wanted to make
Yes,
sure.
sir.
Thank you.
Councilmember from Kamar.
Mayor, I have a point of clarification. I don't know if I should direct the question to you. If I wanted to insist that the tree mitigation fee not be waived, how do I go about doing that?
Do you want me to take that one? All right, so you can make the motion, and when you say with conditions, just say except the tree mitigation fees would be assessed.
So there, sorry to interrupt. So there's two questions. One is, will you allow them to cut down the 40-inch tree that is in declining health? Because that requires council approval. Staff can't do that. And then the second part is the tree mitigation fees.
I had a question. Why was the large tree not part of the planning and zoning's finding?
Only city council has that authority. They have no purview
So
over
they
that.
just passed, okay, got it.
Yes, sir.
We only have the authority
All right.
to add that condition.
Any other, I know I got Councilmember Walker down there. Councilmember Walker.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. At this time, I'd go ahead and close the public hearing and move for approval of item 12, subject to the 6 staff conditions.
Thank you.
So can I get clarification, sorry, on, are you going to allow the tree to be cut?
Is that being recommended?
That's the question that city
That-
council has to
so that-
answer.
That's completely up to this council to decide.
Okay, well then I'll modify the motion since it hasn't been seconded.
Go ahead.
I close the public hearing and move for approval of item
12.
12, subject to the 6 staff conditions and including the provision that the ash tree, as indicated, will be eliminated.
Fees?
And no, the fees are, and that the fees will be waived.
They will be waived or not?
Will be waived.
All right.
Save us from ourselves. Earn this money tonight.
Do you mean waiver of all the tree mitigation fees or only for the ash tree that is to be removed?
All of them. including the ash tree.
But that says tree mitigation fees are not waived, that's why I'm asking.
Well, because that was conditional, so it said, you're right, no, that's a good point. Okay, so having closed the public hearing, I'll move that number 12 be approved, and that within the context of the conditions, the tree mitigation fees be waived entirely, and the white ash tree that would otherwise require council approval to be eliminated also be eliminated.
And did I hear you say the existing conditions 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6 be
Yes.
included?
Yes,
Thank you.
Mayor.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Councilmember Hill. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Prem Kumar.
So, Mayor, Attorney Bob, if I want to introduce another motion, I have to wait for this to?
Now,
Okay.
You
Okay.
can make a motion to amend that motion.
you can make a motion to amend the motion on the table.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the motion on the table, and my proposal is that we do assess the tree mitigation fee and allow them to take down the 40-inch oak tree, and with all other conditions being as stated.
All right, so we have a motion on the table to modify the original motion to not waive the tree mitigation fees.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Do I have a second on that, on the motion to amend? Mayor Pro Tem Carroll, any discussion on the motion to amend the motion? Councilmember Nevels.
Would this amendment of the motion include condition number 3? I'm just confirming that was,
Yeah, it's the same thing.
It would.
okay, thank you. Just clarify.
It's a double negative. They have to pay the fees. I got it.
Long night, sir.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the table, which would be to approve the motion to allow items 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6, and 3, I'm sorry, all of the conditions, and to assess the tree mitigation fees, and to allow the removal of the large ash. Did I state that correctly?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on that? Now, this vote will be only to amend the motion.
I'm sorry, Hill had.
This motion will be only to amend, to approve the amendment, not the original motion. Councilmember Hill, did you have a comment?
Okay. So, yeah, just clarifying, that is approving his motion, or?
Yes.
This is just the motion to.
Ramesh's?
This is
Basically, all it does, all Ramesh's motion does is put 3 back in play.
Okay.
And otherwise, it's to remove the ash trees. The only thing he's really amending is item 3.
And, excuse me, and clarifying that we will assess the tree mitigation fees, which is not clear to me in item 3.
I
So he was
understand.
very clear on his motion on that.
That's why I say it's double negative, so.
Okay. You okay? All right. So this motion is, to vote on the amended motion only, as we just went through. Seeing no discussion, all in favor?
Hinojosa Smith, Carol, Nevels, Prem Kumar, Matthew. Opposed? Walker, Hill, motion carries.
All right, thank you very much. So we have a motion on the table now to approve item 12 with the conditions stated, including item 3 with the tree mitigation fees attached, plus removing the ash tree in question. Is there any discussion on the amended motion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Hinojosa Smith, Carol, Nevels, Prem Kumar, Matthew. Opposed? Walker, Hill, motion carries.
All right, thank you very much. We just had our lesson in Robert's Rules of Order this evening. Item 13 is consider approval of a resolution of the City Council of the City of Coppell, Texas, expressing the official intent to reimburse expenses associated with constructing, improving, and equipping public safety facilities for the fire department, including design, construction, renovation, and equipment of the city fire stations prior to issuance of bonds, and authorizing the mayor to sign. Ms. Tien.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The approval of this resolution allows the city to temporarily use fund balance of the Infrastructure Maintenance Fund to move forward identified fire station projects. And this will preserve the option to reimburse those costs with bond proceeds in the future. So this is important because funding must be in place before construction contracts can be awarded. The resolution before you identifies a temporary funding source while preserving the options to reimburse the costs with bond proceeds in the future. And I want to stress that this does not commit the council to issuing bonds. It does provide council flexibility as it provides you the opportunity to evaluate the appropriate funding approach in the future. And to be able to look at what the financial conditions are and what your priorities are for next year. And this approach is consistent with our discussion that we had at the council retreat in February. So this is a planful approach that supports timely project delivery while preserving your long-term financial flexibility, and staff does recommend approval of this resolution.
Thank you very much. Council, have any questions for Ms. Tien? Councilmember Matthew.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Question, I just wanted to understand this clearly. If we issue bonds in future, we can reimburse the money for this project from the bond?
Correct.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Carroll.
Move to approve item 13.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Councilmember Nevels, all in favor?
Walker, Hinojosa Smith, Carroll, Nevels, Prem Kumar, Matthew, Hill, none opposed, motion carries.
All right, thank you very much. Items 14 and 15 are related, and Ms. Brereton is going to read both of these into the item, and we will consider them together.
All right. Do you want me to read through 13 and 14 or just go through the actual?
14 and 15.
Oh, sorry. 14 and 15. Consider approval of the guaranteed max price amendment to the agreement between the City of Coppell and Byrne Construction Services for the construction of Fire Station 3 in the amount of $7,323,108 to be funded from the Facilities Infrastructure Maintenance Fund, assigned fund balance, then reimbursed in accordance with the approved reimbursement resolution that you guys just heard for a proposed bond issue, and also authorizing the city manager to sign any necessary documents. And then consider the approval of an amendment to the master agreement with Gallagher Construction Services for the construction management of Fire Station 3 in the amount of $257,000 to be funded from the Facilities Infrastructure Maintenance Fund, assigned fund balance, then reimbursed in accordance with the approved reimbursement resolution of the proposed bond issue, and authorizing the city manager to sign any necessary documents. And so I do have a little quick, super quick presentation for you. Okay. Well, that was really quick.
That was really quick.
That was very, very quick. 3 slides and we're done. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight it is a privilege to provide a very, very high-level overview of the Fire Station 3 project. These items would normally be on the consent agenda, but due to the budget resolution that was just presented prior, these were moved to the regular agenda. Tonight we're seeking approval for the guaranteed max price in the amount that we listed and to be awarded to Byrne Construction, as well as the construction manager at risk, and approval of the amendment to the master agreement for Gallagher Construction for the construction management. So you guys have seen this one before, and so for Fire Station 3, for Byrne, as you may recall, Council approved this design in September of 2025. and the existing 3 stations, which are Fire Station 3, 2, and 1, were built in the 1990s to residential grade construction that no longer meets modern fire safety or ADA requirements. The structural limits of Fire Station 3 have made remodeling impractical, and a commercial grade rebuild is more durable and will meet the current needs of the facility. Reconstructing the living quarters only is more cost effective than remodeling. The bays in the training room will remain as is, and if approved, construction would begin immediately and would last for approximately a year. The Gallagher Award for this construction management is just a companion piece to the Byrne Award. And thank you for your time, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Council, any questions? I've got one, and this is more a fire department question than
We've got our
back-
folks here to support
there.
those questions.
So, it's be prepared. So during construction, where are our firefighters going to be housed? Yes, sir, please. Thank you for waiting us out, by the way.
No, that's fine. Good evening. Yeah, the answer to that question is we'll relocate them to stations 4 and 5. So I have to split the company. So basically, Medic 3 will go to Station 5, and Engine 3 will go to Station 4. And that's kind of the relocation operational plan there.
Thank you. I don't know why I even thought of that one. Councilmember Nevels.
Mayor, I'll ask a follow-up question. So we feel very good about with the relocation of those 2 apparatus that we're going to still be able to maintain our high level of service throughout our community and our response times and things like that.
Yeah, I don't see any major impacts, maybe some minimal. The only area of concern that we really have is kind of up on the northeast side of town. But with the addition of Station 5, that kind of helps that out there. So by putting that medic there, I think we'll still stay within our standards. You may have a one-off based off the call type maybe, but I don't anticipate any major impacts.
Excellent. Thank you for that honest answer. I appreciate it.
So will the equipment be housed in the bays while the construction's going on, or will it be moved to the other stations as well?
What type of equipment?
Trucks.
Yeah, the apparatus will go.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Just a quick question. I apologize if you said this a while ago, but it's 6670 is the new square footage or the proposed square footage. Is that right? How big is it today? Do you know?
It's around 3,000.
Okay.
And then the Fire Station 5's living quarters, when we just segregated that part, is closer to 8,000.
Okay.
So
Well, I thought the picture looked like it was going to be a bigger area, but I just wanted to
It's a
confirm.
greater square footage just to accommodate like the airlocks and all the modern fire station
I see.
safeguards that this doesn't have.
Okay, perfect. Thanks.
Any other questions? Thank you very much. Council, Mayor.
Not anymore.
Sorry, it's getting late. Councilmember Nevels.
If we make a motion, can we make a motion to approve both in one fell swoop?
You may.
Excellent. Then, Mayor, I move to approve agenda items 14 and 15 as stated.
Thank you very much. Do I have a second? Councilmember Hinojosa Smith. All in favor?
Walker, Hinojosa Smith, Carroll, Nevels, Prem Kumar, Matthew, Hill, none opposed, motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, item number 16 is the city manager reports with project updates, future agendas, and direction from work session. Mr. Land.
Speed reading. Hunterwood Park, the bank stabilization, the contractor's finishing up on the sanitary sewer, and bank stabilization should start soon. Bullock and Howell, utility installations are complete. Paving operations will begin in a week or so, depending on the weather. Arbor Brook Drainage Channel, the contractor is working on clearing the area for the sanitary sewer line installation, which should begin sometime this week, depending on the weather again. Royal Lane, the contractor has installed the temporary traffic control and switching traffic to northbound lanes beginning today. Service Center, the interior finishes are underway. Substantial completion is looking at mid-May with a move date around June 1st. The Justice Center storm shelter has been installed, steel has been installed, and the roof deck is being installed this week. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Item number 17, Mayor and Council reports on recent and upcoming events. Please join us on Friday, April 24th at 5 p.m. as we celebrate the grand opening of the Sheehan Family Playground with a ribbon cutting. We hope you can come join us as we commemorate the playground's opening or reopening and celebrate this exciting addition to the community, as we also celebrate the Sheehan's contributions to our community. Fun Food and Grooves, come out and enjoy live music and food from a variety of food trucks and fun. Food and Grooves in Old Town Coppell on Friday, May 8th and Friday, May 15th. This event will take place from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. on both Fridays. We look forward to seeing you out there. And also Earth Fest and Kid Fest is being conducted by Coppell's Community Experiences team and the police department, which are excited to bring Earth Fest to life this Saturday, April 18th from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. at Andy Brown Park East, which will be celebrating green initiatives, sustainability, conservation efforts, and environmental education. Bring your fishing pole to fish and connect with our police officers and the park staff. Item number 18 is council committee reports concerning items of community involvement with no council action or deliberation permitted. First is a report on the NCT-COG with Councilmember Brianna Hinojosa-Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. In the interest of time and the fact that it's almost midnight, I just will share that there's been a lot of conversation around the North Texas World Cup, and recently the World Cup 2026 transportation plan was unveiled. And so with obviously any big sporting event in our region, there's a lot of collaboration around rideshare and trains and DART and connecting everything to the stadium in Arlington. So there will be a lot of communications on their email and different platforms and social media just to make sure that people are aware of where to go and how to get to the different events. So that's probably the big thing. And I think the other thing I would share is there's also been money that has been invested in continuing to do traffic studies and safety studies of our major highways. Numbers show that there has been a decrease in fatalities, but they're continuing to review all that data.
Thank you very much. Item B is report on the North Texas Commission with Councilmember Ramesh Premkumar.
Thank you, Mayor. So the North Texas Commission, their primary focus is to promote collaboration, which is the key to our region's continued economic growth. Towards that end, they had organized a spring DC fly-in. So it was great to be back on Capitol Hill last week. Well, 2 weeks ago, with so many of our region's finest leaders from industry, local governments, EDCs, and chambers of commerce. We had excellent discussions with our congressional delegation regarding NTX priorities on trade, permitting reform, workforce immigration, infrastructure, and AI regulations. Additionally, through NTX Connects, we had the opportunity to welcome Jennifer Rabb, President of Texas Taxpayers and Research Association, for a timely discussion on property tax policy proposals. And finally, I believe NTC has also taken over the Mayor's Conference, so I'll let the Mayor talk about it when he has a chance. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Item C is a report on the Historical Society with Councilmember Matthew. And why don't you also include your comments on the DC trip?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'll start with the Coppell Historical Society. January 27 to March 9th, legendary locals portrait exhibit at the Coppell Art Center, a collection of 20 portraits of individuals who have made significant contribution to the growth and success of Coppell were displayed in the main gallery of the Coppell Art Center. The reception was held on February 18th. Most of this portrait moved to library now. It will be displayed until May 15th. On February 24th, John F. Kennedy Third Floor Museum presentation by the curator of the museum, Stephen Fagan, So Fagan gave a fascinating program discussing the JFK assassination. Over 250,000 visitors, which they have taught the museum every year, and their oral history project, which was collected over 2,500 recordings of people around the world telling their memories of the tragic event. After the meeting, he recorded the memories of those attended who remembered it. He invited Martha Allison Brewer and Phil LaBarge to come down to the 6th floor museum to give more in-depth interviews. And upcoming events. On April 18th, the Coppell Historical Society will have a tent at the Coppell Earth Fest. They will have a display describing the sustainability of cotton, which used to be the Coppell's principal crop. We will also describe the history and the creation of a Coppell Biodiversity Education Center. On April 28th, the Coppell Historical Society will submit a service organization funding request before the deadline on 28th at 5 p.m. And there are more things I will postpone to some other time. In this, for the DC fly-in, it was a great trip, meeting with our federally elected officials, the senators and congressmen. The mayor was included, and so was the many elected officials and regional partners from our area. It was a very substantive meeting with the elected officials representing 8 million people in our region, and informing them, re-emphasizing the needs of our region, especially waters and cybersecurity funding and regional transportation and many other things that we discussed with the elected officials. That's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Item number 19 are public service announcements concerning items of community interest with no council action or deliberation permitted. These two guys filled in the DC trip very well for me, so thank you very much. Was a good trip. Just making the contacts with the congressmen in Washington as well as our peers is always very valuable. Two items locally. On Friday night, we had Coppell Crave, which was held at the Art Center. It was the follow-on to Taste of Coppell. It was held outdoors and was attended by hundreds of people. Just a really, really good social time for everybody. The vendors had a great time, and I have to tip my hat to the chamber for changing the venue and changing the whole flavor of the event, pun intended. The graduation bash was held on Saturday, and even though we were expecting about 1,500 people to come out and had food trucks for that many, we had about double that. We had over 3,000 people, kids, graduates, 5th grade, 8th grade, and high school seniors attend. And the lines at the food trucks were long, and I'm sure we'll have more food trucks next year, but it was a great event, very well attended, and a great time. That is all. Anybody have any other public service announcements? No, sir. Not at this time. I kind of figured that. All right, item number 20. There being no further business before this council, we are adjourned at 11:59 p.m.